Welcome, one and all, to Oktoberfest 2022. We will be keeping
Granddad downstairs in the cellar. He will not be allowed up unless he finishes his work.
So, he's been sounding like this all day. It's been causing me a lot of problems.
not only that, but you know what? He expects to have food. It's really annoying. I mean, he was a bit ungrateful when I gave him the ratatouille, the rat with a bit of chewy on top. Hello, wandering hippie. Hello, Nicholas. How you doing? We, as always, have absolutely nothing really planned. So let's see what happens, and I'll put the link out so that if anybody does want to come up, they can do. Yeah. We will be doing a poll later to see whether or not you think that Grandad should be allowed out or not. What's truth? If he's allowed out in the cellar, then that's fine. But let's see what the poll says. I've already decided what the answer is. Oh, no, I haven't actually. I was speaking to Grandad earlier, and he's been moaning that the two hairs that are left on the broom should be replaced. So graciously let him have another couple of hairs. So now he's got 4. So I expect that work to be done as soon as practical. You've been at it a week. Tony Lee, how you doing? Good vibes all around. Anybody wants to hop on board, join us, say hello, you're more than welcome. You know the score, hit the link at the top. Any trolls, we deal with in our own way. Like this little troll from America that keeps going on about an unsafe website that they've designed. They expect it's going to upset me. It hasn't. I think it's hilarious. Hey up, who's this? Put your camera on, please. Just so I know who you are, because I don't recognize your name. Oh, it looks as though, I'll tell you what, put your hand on your head. No, put your hand on your head. Thank you, sir. How are you doing?
I'm doing great.
Good. And what can we do for you, sir, today?
Oh, I don't know what you can do for me. You were just saying, man, anybody want to come up? I wasn't too quite sure of what your show was actually going to be about today. So I was going to wait longer and see. And but you said, whoever wants to come up, come up. And I went, man, I like roller coasters. So, hey, let's go.
Well, I don't usually plan anything for those who come here on a regular basis. They know that I don't plan anything. We just see how things go. It's a chance to meet you occasionally, including some trolls.
Yeah, I was listening last week, and you didn't quite get that blur picture on your face quick enough yesterday because I actually seen what you look like.
That's all right.
Because I was like, I can see him. Because when you put your first notification up there about getting out of the cellar or the basement or the dungeon, wherever that person was trapped at, I was like,
hello, that was me. I'm in the cellar via radio link.
Okay.
It was me. I know it got me at the end and that.
Yeah, because then another notification came up, and I went back and looked at it again. I was like, well, didn't one just come up, and this one had a blur over the face? Like, It's like, that's pretty good.
He's a
Oh,
geek.
the whip coming. Hang on.
Right, he's up to go. He just hasn't finished his job. You know, he sent somebody downstairs to clean up the dungeon, so it's okay. And he's been there all week, and he expects me to give him food as well. Really? And eat? I gave him ratatouille. He didn't even like that. Anyway, the fallen. Now we got rid of that horrible intruder. We were having a conversation before we were interrupted, weren't we? Yes. Yeah, that was Grandad doing what he normally does, attempting to be funny.
I know, because it's like, what time would that have been?
This morning he put it out probably around about 5 a.m. UK time.
Yeah, because I was wondering what time he had to do that to even get out. If he needed some help, how he actually got communication to the outside.
Not downstairs, you haven't. Put you downstairs, you don't get up. Now, Grandad, I've told you about putting things in the chat. Now stop it. I am not putting anything in the chat. That is not me. I wouldn't put midnight in. Anyway, sorry, I'm getting distracted again. It's Grandad, it's at it again. So what is it that you actually want to do? Anything? Just chit chat? Disappear? I didn't kick him. Grandad's hacked the internet. Great. Fantastic.
Well, what do you expect me to do? I've got to get out somewhere.
Well, you can get out. All you have to do is to finish tidying up the dungeon. And then you can come back up. It's not a problem.
That's all right. I'm off again. Bye,
Yeah.
guys.
He's a filler. Hello, mate. You're back again.
Yeah, I pressed I was looking at the chat. I was trying to figure out how to get the chat and actually see the view of what you have on your screen. And I guess I pressed the back button or something, or the leave and talk to myself.
Well, the trick is to bring up YouTube if you can, and watch it on watch that, and then you can still see it. Or alternatively, just put the comments on. They should come up on StreamYards. Are you on a laptop or are you on a mobile?
A mobile.
Right. Well, yeah. Once you go over to the other side, you lose this automatically, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's what the deal was, because I went over there and I was just like reading the comments, and I guess I hit the back button instead of the actual press the back arrow. Yeah, it jacked me a little bit.
Never mind. Hello. Hang on a second. Grandad, will you behave a minute? We've got Loki in the chat. Hi. We've got Joko, KS, Cotwatch. Hiya. And up here we've got a brand new star, The Fallen. Have you watched our shows before? Have you listened to them before last week?
Me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So you know roughly what happens, don't you? Anybody and everybody is fair game.
I mean, I've seen some of them. I've seen the one where you were showing the like walk around, protest that nobody's really protesting, and I was like wondering what the white flag with the red cross on it meant, and I was just following along and seeing like different things that you were putting on your program.
Well, that white flag with the red cross on is the St. George, if I remember right, St. George's cross.
Yeah.
All part and parcel of the Union Jack, allegedly.
Yeah, I was wondering why they would carry that around in their little protest thing or whatever.
Because how can I put this? They've got blinkers on, so they just think about England. So, I try not to avoid too much of politics in a way, but I've got to mention tomorrow there is supposed to be a small demonstration in London. I won't be able to cover it because I'm out all day. So it's there's supposed to be lots of people going down to try and free Grandad, I think. And they're going to put link all the way around the Houses of Commons. I mean, I don't know why that's happening. It's either that or somebody's trial.
Is it? I think when is October? See, I'm losing on the dates right now just because I guess the sun and the moon get me confused. But where's the Julian Assange? Where's he being held at?
That's the one. That's the court case.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. If that was like with that play, if that was a parody of Granddad, and then you bringing up that somebody's going to make a march like tomorrow or something, because I guess that was supposed to do a human chain.
Yes, that's the one, all the way around the Houses of Parliament. Now, I can't see it happening. A couple of reasons. One, I don't think they're going to have enough people there. And two, I think the police will stop it one way or another. That's what they did, in that protest when I was suggesting that it was very disorganized. The police did a very good at intervening and dividing people. There was one guy who was arrested for no reason. He got to the police station, they released him because they arrested him on some bogus charge. And then when he got there, the police sergeant who booked them all in says, "You can't do that." Apparently, he was on top of the car and he got done for interfering with a car. He was just lying on it, so he wasn't interfering with it. So that he got kicked out, and then he had to make his way back. But yeah, Hippie, if you want to come up and say hi, you can do. Might even put you some karaoke on to do if you want. There again. Do we want to listen to Hippie singing? Of course we do. So what other channels do you follow? Just to give me an idea.
Well, I guess I follow some of the 1A because I mean, I follow some of it over here and I watch some of it from over there. So I guess over here is the opposite of over there.
Yep.
So it's really amazing how the similarities, it's like sometimes it's like just different. It's like a different atmosphere to listen to the way the police interact with the public than and the way that they interact with the public over here on just the idea and the I don't know what is that. I watch it enough, but I'm going blank now because this is just off the cuff and I've not memorized anything. But that law that I guess it's a law or it's a code that like if you say a bad word, they can get you for what is that called?
Oh, you mean if you start swearing in public and they turn around and say Section 50 public order?
Yeah, a public order thing, a public order offense. And it's like, so that would be something similar to like a disobedience or a, what would they call it over here? A disturbance of the peace. You're like disturbing the peace.
Yeah. What they try to do is, if you say something which they don't like, for argument's sake, and you say, for instance, you start swearing, and it's just you and the police, regardless, they will try and pull Section 50 as a public order on the basis that somebody might hear. Even if you were in the middle of a field, they would try that one, and there was nobody around you for miles.
Right, because I noticed that on like the people would go up to like the Amazon thing or something, or there'd be buildings there, and those people at the buildings be coming out there and just hassling them, right? They're just purposely hassling them. It's like they're causing the problem, but then when the police get there, it's like, hey, the public order came on those people, but they're calling the popo for to put the public order on the auditor, and it's all strange. It's like everybody knows it. It's like when the police come there, they know exactly what's going on, and it's just amazing how everybody starts playing like ignorant, or it's like it's becoming like a game to a certain extent. It's like who can push the hardest, who's going to be um, the person in charge, or the person that's going to be like free to go, because
Mm.
you can get in those encounters and never understand if you're free to go, or the police going, give me your information if you want to put a public order against that guy. If you
Yeah.
got the proof on your phone, show us your phone. And it's almost like all these secret ways that they've devised within their brain how to infiltrate your space.
Oh,
And
yeah.
so,
Well, I'm sure the coppers learn as they go from other bad apples and trample all over people's rights. It doesn't matter whether it's over here or over there. Hello, Christian Magician. How you doing? The problem I have is there's a difference between going out to antagonize and going out to get good footage. Now, good footage can be either a good interaction or a bad interaction, but if you don't poke the bear, as they say, I think you get more of a genuine outcome. There's
right.
quite a few auditors who nice and polite to everybody, and then there's others that come across a little bit more aggressive in the way that they do things, and sometimes I think that's a bit wrong on both sides, whether it be over here in the UK or whether it be over in the States. But over in the States, you've got federal law, you've got state law, you've got county law, and it's trying to work out the difference. And some of the 1A auditors explain as they go along, and it's nice and clear, and I can understand it. Others, the way that they explain it, I just get mixed up. Was that federal law, or is that state law, or are we talking local audiences, ordinance regulations, etc.?
Yeah.
Hiya, Kim. So I'm starting to get my head around a few things, because like you, you watch some of this the auditing over here. I watch quite a bit of it over in the States, and I have actually learned the difference. And there's a few which I do like of the auditors, and there's a few that I don't, particularly. But everybody, in my opinion, should be able to film the police, the local government, or the government themselves, and highlight what's going on, just so that the public know, if nothing else.
Right, because if we took that analogy, or just an understanding that analogy of, okay, that's a bear, okay, because you said, some people go out there to poke the bear. So if we took the analogy that we're going to go wildlife viewing, and there's a bear over there, and he's chewing on some food or doing whatever the bears do. So it's like that you can only hold that analogy for so far to go, well, if I poke that, that's really not a bear. And the only way that you can tell if that's really a bear sometimes is if you poke it. And if it acts like a bear and it shouldn't be a bear, then there's what's getting pointed out, that that person's acting out of their position, basically. So I see sometimes why people poke, because that's not really a bear. And everybody knows it's not a bear. Let's see if it's going to act like one. But you're absolutely correct. Some people just go way out on left field just to, like, yeah, some of it's like totally uncalled for, because sometimes if they go into a public building, and they're wandering around in it, and then they come out, and let's say there's a policeman there or a policy enforcer says you're not supposed to be in that room, and they're like, well, why isn't it locked? If I'm not supposed to be in there, lock it up, put a sign up. And I find that a problem with that is it starts limiting us regular personal public's ability to enter into places that are rightfully ours, because they're like, they're causing a disservice sometimes more than a service to the public. They're diminishing our public places by telling them to lock it up. If you don't want me in here, lock it. If you don't want me
Yep.
in here, close that gate. And it's like, no, that gate should be open. It should never be closed.
Yes. Yeah, I agree with that analogy, because at the end of the day, going around filming the inside of a public building, there's nothing wrong with that. If a door is open, so long as, if it says on it no admittance and the door's open, then I suppose that's a little bit of a grey area, because really it should be locked. But if it says no entry, you don't go in. There's a reason for it, for whatever reason that is.
Right. And I see that happening more and more, because I've noticed, if you've watched some of them too, that they're now starting to put a sign on the front of the courthouse. It's like, you're not bringing any recording equipment past this front door. And so I see that in some ways it's caused a hindrance to the public. Some of that auditing has caused that hindrance. Not that it was wrong to go in there and film, but in some of the way that it's been handled, it's like limiting it, because there's more doors that are locked. There's more signs that are up that says no admittance. There's more buildings, more public places getting closed down to us as the public are only getting a hallway into our public building. You walk through the front door, you got that hallway right there. You walk down, you do your business. You can't bring a camera in here, and you walk back out that. And it's like, man, this whole building's mine. And they're like, not anymore, it isn't. It's all off limits. And it's like, how did that happen when it was free to visit before a lot of this stuff has happened? So I agree with some of it, but I disagree with some of it not. And it's like, that same thing about the Julian Assange thing is like, why would the police, why, in your opinion, why do you think the police wouldn't allow that to take place if it's peaceful? Why wouldn't they allow them people to, let's say, surround that building if they're not doing it in a disorderly or that point of order or public nuisance thing? Is like, is that what they would claim, that those people coming around that building and locking arms be that public order offense?
In short, yes. And also because they can. I don't understand how you can be trespassed from a public building, but apparently you can. You know, I know you can be trespassed from a private building or private land. Over here, if it's a civil matter, it's not a criminal matter, unless you refuse to go. But if you agree to leave, then that's fine. It's not a problem. There's no criminal intent in any way, shape, or form, because there's no time limit on how long it takes you to leave.
There's not? Like, they don't
No,
say, if I owned the property or you owned the property and you went, hey, I understand why you're here, but you got 5 minutes to leave.
they can put it that way, but there isn't a time limit. I mean, that would be down to a court to turn around and say that they can, what a reasonable time is. I'm just going to bring the magic magician up in Christian. Hello, long time no see. How are you?
Good. I'm trying to get this set up real quick. There we go.
Yeah, we're going to see some magic and the story behind it, so to speak.
All right. So if you guys know what this is, right? It's a red silk. You guys have probably seen one before. Now, what I do though is I may stick it in my hand like this and use all my fingers just to work together as a team to stick it in my hand. But that's when then sometimes things disappear. It's when things are working together as a team. But that's when I go in and I find it in another place. Now, what I'm going to do though is I'm going to use this silk to represent Jesus. Now, some people they have Jesus in their hearts, they just don't like to show him. And I'm going to show that here is that they hide him away, they tuck him away, they try their best they can do to get him hidden. And maybe it's because they're afraid that they won't be liked, or I don't know what it is, but he's hidden to people that person believes. And see, he's still there. Yeah, he's still there. You just can't see him, and that is until he gets brought out into the light. And so that's what I do with the magic tricks. That's just kind of like a little introduction as to what I do with the magic tricks. Let's go ahead and put the cards off to the side real quick. So an old con man game. It's 3 cups, 3 balls. Yeah, 3 cups. There's the 3 cups. Let's go ahead and get these out. There's the 3 balls. There we go. It's just an old con game that was used. And so what we're gonna do with this is we're gonna set these out as so. Now, and in the game, the con man, the con woman, the magician, whatever you want to call them, they would set the ball in the cup, wave their wand, and go, and it would go straight through to the bottom. Now, as a gospel magician, I would take these and I would put a gospel story to it, or to it. One of my favorite ones to do with this is Philippians 4:13. I could do all things through Christ who strengthens me. And so what I'm going to use this test to represent is an obstacle. Yeah, an obstacle. And so you just saw a perfectly good example of one obstacle. But what about when there's more than one? Yeah, when there's more than one. Now, as a magician, I use tricks and secrets to where it looks like I have a hole in the bottom of the cup, but it's really solid. And that's all Jesus needs is he doesn't need any secret holes or anything. And no matter how many problems, yes, see, there's 2 now. There's 2 problems now that they have to get through. He can wave his hand over the situation, and not only it won't only go through just one cup, but it will go through both. And so through each situation. And so some situations though they do have an unprecedented method of solving. And so in this case, say the method of solving is not the straight up and down. It is left to right, right to left. And he can still help you through that as long as you ask for his help. Same thing again. It's the same thing, except it may be harder for you to do. You may be farther from God. Yeah, farther from God to be able to ask him for help, but he will still help you. And so we go through this one more time, except it's going to be a little bit different. I'm going to show how even if the cups or the odds in this case are stacked up against you and you are super far from God, that no matter where you are, no matter what you've done, he can still help you through that situation. And so a lot of people guess that I have a 4th man. Yeah, a 4th man going through the same situations. And that is true. I'm trying to get all 3 of these in here. All right. And so that is true. I do have a 4th man, a 4th ball, 4th person, whatever you want to call it, in the trick. But I don't know how they guess it though. It maybe because of the story I'm telling with it. But it's Jesus. He goes through that fire, that temptation, that trial with us. But his love doesn't look anything like ours because his love is unconditional to ours. And so, like in the verse John 3:16, let's go ahead and put this one away. Get these 3 out of here. The verse John 3:16, for God so loved the world that he gave his only son Jesus to die for us. And what I'm going to go ahead and do here is take these, and give them a quick shuffle. For God so loved the world that he gave his only son Jesus to die for us, that whoever so believes in him shall not perish but have everlasting life. And so, what I'm gonna go ahead and do here is I can't. Are you guys still in here? I'm sorry, I'm
Yeah,
not.
just
All
better
right.
know what you're doing.
It went completely silent in my headphone for a minute, and that's why I wasn't sure. But a completely shuffled deck of cards here. And so we're going to take it, we're going to do this. And I don't know why I just shuffled that, but we're going to go ahead and take out all the heart cards. So obviously the verse John 3:16. There is two people up here on panel, right? Other than me. Or is there just one person?
No, there's two.
All right, there's two. All right, I'm gonna have each of you pick a card. In a minute, once I have all the heart cards out, and that's what I'm gonna do here. Is so I'm also gonna set aside the king and the jack. The king's gonna represent God, and the jack's gonna represent Jesus. Now we don't need the rest of this deck. We're gonna set it off to the side. But we do need this deck, this pack of hearts, and that's gonna represent the world. So we got God, Jesus, and the world. And so that goes perfect with the verse. Now, if I could go ahead and have one at a time, just either one of you say stop.
Stop.
All right. Hey, perfect timing. All right, now give the world another shuffle, just like that. Give the world another shuffle. If I don't care who wants to go now. Or if you both go at the same time, it doesn't matter. Go ahead and tell me to stop at any time.
Go for it, Fallen.
Stop.
All right, the last card.
Yeah, take that last.
All right, setting it straight down, not looking at it. Let's go ahead and set the world on the other side here. Go ahead and memorize these cards. People in chat can memorize them too. Yes, I can see the monitor, but I cannot see the cards because I have it blocking, and I can't see the chat because of my light. Once you guys have them memorized, go ahead and let me know.
Yeah, so for me.
All right, you got it?
Yep.
All right, so I am going to place it straight back onto the top of the deck. Look at that, just like that, you're on top of the world. Who knew it was so simple? All right, I know, a little dry humor there. But once you'll start feeling dizzy, just tell me to stop at any time. Once you'll start feeling dizzy.
Stop.
All right, no more shuffles. Okay, there we go. Now, like I said before, the verse goes, "For God so loved the world that he gave his only son, Jesus." And so let's go ahead and this up real quick here. Just like that, it's completely squared. Now, the moral here, I'm going to spell it out real quick. It's just that Jesus, Jesus, truly, TRULY, loves, LOVES. Whoa, there we go. LOVES. There we go. YOU, so you Grim Reaper, and then and AND He. I'm sorry, I don't recall your name, other gentleman who's on panel with us. So he, HE. So just the two of you.
John Fallen.
All right, John. All right, there we go. I have a good magician friend named John. But what that shows, not only do they love everybody, but they love everybody individually. And let's hope this works.
Awesome!
All right, there we go.
Awesome! Grandiose.
Absolutely brilliant.
Thank you.
Yeah, well done, bro.
Oh, Granddad, get down. I'm fed up of him coming back up from the dungeon. We'll have to take that key off him.
I'm not. This is via radio link. Can't you hear the echo?
I heard a repeat. I don't know. So, are you doing any more, or do you want to say something
I
later?
can if you want to.
Okay.
If you want to, I can.
We'll have a bit more.
All right. So I don't know if you guys can see it very well back here, but I have cards taped to the wall, just as kind of like a display thing. But what I do on some of them is I hide a little sponge. Yeah, I hide a little sponge. And so this is how I would sometimes represent Jesus in my tricks, is then I split it to share with somebody else. And so if I had a live spectator here, I would do this. But I'm going to take one and squeeze it tight in my hand. Then I'm going to take this one right here. I'm going to take this one. I'm going to set it straight under my mat. No fancy moves, no funny moves. You've seen the table. There was no balls under it before. That's just show. So I still have this one here. Let's go ahead. I'm going to, this one right here is what I'm going to take. And I'm going to keep it for myself, okay? So let's go ahead. All right, now I have this one here, right? There's no way I can take it. It's in view the whole time. But somehow I've shared Jesus with my spectator by showing them that trick. And I've shared Jesus with that spectator. And not only that, that now they can go share that with somebody else. I know it's a little bit awkward without having a live spectator here, but it still works. Are we back in the awkward silence again? Let's see what else we have here. You could do. You want to see some rope stuff or what? Totally up to you. It's your stream, man.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. We'll get back to some conversation shortly, but why not?
All right, let's go ahead. There we go. There's the long rope. There's the little rope, and there's the medium rope. And so let's go ahead here. We're going to take this one, and we're going to stretch it out like this, just to show how long it is. And so what we're going to do with this is I'm going to show how the devil, he tries to get us into some naughty situations. Yes, some naughty situations. And so one way that he may try and do it, I know this is a little impromptu. Normally I would build up to this. But yeah, some ways he tries to do it is that he tries to make it look presentable. Yeah, he tries to make it look presentable, maybe with a bow on it. Oh, hold the wrong side there. You know what? See, that's what happens with Jesus, is he helps us not get into that naughty situation. Yeah, there we go. Let's try that again. The devil, he tries to make it look presentable, maybe like a big bow on it or with a big juicy apple. I don't know, but Jesus, he comes in, he pulls the ends through loops, reveals that it's a naughty situation, and then helps us out of it. And so that's just one of the ways the devil tries to do it. And so once the devil realizes that that we've gotten out of that, he thinks we have no weapon. And then he tries to shoot us in the back because, as you may know from the movies, he's the evil one, is the one that shoots the man in the back with no weapon. But we do have a weapon, and his name is Jesus. And so the devil, he finally realizes, oh, they do have a weapon, and they can get out of any situation as long as they ask for Jesus' forgiveness. And so out of his final attempt that he may try and do is he tries to surround our thoughts, fill our thoughts with sin and temptation. And so as humans, we have all sinned and fallen short of the glory of God and gotten trapped in those naughty situations, gotten trapped. But see, until we let go and let Jesus pull, because devil's over here, he's trying to pull us tighter. We're over here trying to pull us tighter. But as soon as we let go and let Jesus take care of the situation, we can never be truly free. And so that's just kind of like a little rope trick. That's it's like a 5-minute presentation, but I hope you guys enjoyed it.
Brilliant. Thank you. I enjoy the magic. I always enjoy a little bit of magic and misdirection. There's a lot of things going on in the chat. I'm going to leave that to you guys. But I don't know what's been going on, what fight you're talking about. But hey, oh, Ben failed a drug test. Right, now I understand. Right, it's boxing. Enough said. So, Thorland, did you enjoy that?
Yes. A little
Different.
one-word answer, sure.
Yeah, a lot of words. Yeah, I came across the Christian Magician on another show originally, and we agreed to disagree on the presentation, which is okay. But I love the way we do things. I really do, which is the reason why I asked if you're coming on by just to drop in, because I'm sure people will enjoy what you're doing, and some people will agree with everything. Some people don't. It's each to their own. But yeah, I enjoyed that. Thank you very much. Are you hanging around you've got anything else on? Because you got, I know normally we're a bit wrong time for you, aren't we?
I can hang around for a bit if you like. It doesn't matter to me.
Well, let's say it. Everybody's welcome. So, with the exception of Granddad.
Yeah, except me.
Yeah, he's not accepted up here. He's still got work to do downstairs. In fact, I think Grandad needs to sort out a pole. You might be able to get out if you climb up it. So can we just get back to what we were talking about earlier, Paul? Regarding the differences between the police.
Right. Yeah, because I'm still. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, just to finish that off, I actually don't see much difference between the two, because I think you've got tyrants on both sides.
Right. I mean, I think one of the differences that this is like the really tough decision that I have within myself of understanding is that over there, only certain police are armed with lethal force, right?
Yes.
Where over here, like everyone's armed.
Yes. Yeah. It's something I'm going to highlight later, because there's something which happened over in the States. I think it was last week. If I can find the information again, I wanted to highlight that and just go through a news report. So I'll share that later and see what people think. I know what I think about it, but that's different. I'll come back to it later.
Yeah.
It is to do with using weapons and the danger of it.
Right, because I mean, anything to a certain extent can be a weapon. It's just like, that quickness of lethal force is like it's an issue. I mean, it's an issue over here because we don't like seeing somebody like move funny and the police are able to like end their life just because they got scared all of a sudden. But it's like you said, it's really tricky. So I'll look forward to what it is you're looking for, and so I can watch it and like.
You can make some comments by all means. Really nice to get your perspective on it. In fact, anybody from America, because some people have different views. I mean, I agree with the idea of that everybody should have the right to free speech and everything else. But I'm probably one of the few people who agree that everyone should have the right to bear arms. If the police can, then why can't we?
Correct. And the police have to a certain extent, if we do, because that a law-abiding citizen, or what they try to say it of a legal the way they try to put it is a legal firearms carrier. Like, this person's legal, he's doing everything legal. It's always the illegal firearm characters that you have to worry about. So that's why the police are armed with lethal force, because they have to worry about the armed, unlegal carrier of a firearm, where us as legal carriers, we have to be in fear of the police's fear. And it's like, there's just something about that that's mentally not stable in itself.
Mm.
Is that
I
we have
have
to be more scared than the police have to be scared. And because the police are always scared, they're like, I'm in fear of my life. I did it because I was in fear of my life. And it's like, well, the legal firearm characters have to be more scared than the police, because all they have to do is see us with some kind of a firearm, and all of a sudden, it could be lights out for us, and we've done
yes,
nothing wrong.
yes. Well, it confuses some people. Well, you've got states where it's legal to have open carry. So in other words, you can display the fact that you're wearing, you've got a firearm, but you have to have it secure, obviously. And you've got states where you can only have a concealed firearm, so it has to be off show. I don't really have a viewpoint on either or, but I'll give you an example that's happened recently over in the States. There was a guy with a penknife. The original call was for someone who needs help, who had mental health issues. He had a penknife, and because he refused to put the penknife down and he moved towards the police, who were some 20 feet away, roughly, opened fire on him, and 38 shots later, within 3 seconds, the guy was dead.
I mean, 38 shots.
38 bullets got
Yeah.
into him. Now, I personally don't think that is right in any way. He wasn't a threat. He had a penknife. Now, that to me is, well, overkill is the wrong term, but I can't think of anything else. They just reacted, and according to their police chief, they were under threat of being harmed by a guy with a penknife.
Right. All the people that had shotguns, bulletproof vests, cars, they're armored up like military over here now, and it's like you're afraid of somebody that had a penknife. And I hear that a lot over here too, is because people want to defund the police because of the things that you're bringing up. Is like, we don't want any part of that. That's not part of any kind of policing that we, the people, are funding or even consider to be an ethical a force to contain a problem. If there is a problem, like what you're saying, that's like overkill, but they don't see it. So we call for defunding of the police, and then everybody's like, "Oh, you'll be the first one to call a cop if something happens to you." And all of us law-abiding gun owners are like, I'm never going to call the police. I protect myself. I don't need them to protect me. So then they go, well, all the weak people need protection. All of the people that are weak, the frail, the old ladies, the people who have mental problems. And it's like, no, those people with mental problems, they're the ones that are killed by the police. Those police ain't there to help them in any way, shape, or form. You always see them getting dead. Like you said, that guy has a mental problem, and their thing to the situation is take his life from him and end the threat. It's like he wasn't threatening anybody. His mind was actually not working right. Like his mind ended up being a threat to him or something. The penknife wasn't the threat to anything. It's like the guy's mind was a threat to him, and the police weren't there to help that lesser individual in any healthy way. It's just so.
Well, we've had a few people who have got hold of a firearm, and we've had serious shootings. It's not the weapon that kills people; it's the person on the trigger that does it. So I think whenever you've got gun laws where everybody can gain access, shall we say? I mean, over in the States, you've got the Second Amendment, the right to bear arms. Don't ask me what the third is off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you. But they're the two main ones, right? The first and second. Now, your constitution was based on the rights of, so to speak, that came out after you kicked us out in 1776.
That never happened, though, right?
Of course not.
Yeah, because
A group of people got together, they wrote out these constitutional things that weren't actually meant for everybody. They were sort of meant for I wouldn't have said for everybody. It was more to do with the state, etc. But they had to include everybody, and I don't think they ever thought that people would actually stand up for them for the rights. But these are rights that have been given rather than your own rights. Hello, Mr. Blue. How are you doing? Beyond Jim's skin,
right? But
and
that
of course, everybody else.
The thing about the rights that have been given, the way that a lot of people really want to see that is like the disagreement or the agreement with is those rights belong to us no matter what. To say that they were given, they had to be given from God. Those are our inalienable rights of being of this planet, of the land, of the ownership, the stewardship of the planet. It's like there's certain things that no one can have a rule over us and tell us that we cannot do certain things. It's like that right to travel. A lot of people are finding a deal with that. Is like I have certain rights that no man can force me into a contract with them to claim that I've given my rights over to that man so he can then claim it's a privilege that he's providing me now that I'm able to do it. It's like you have a privilege to drive that automobile. It's not a right. It's like, no, I have a right. I bought it. It's my property. I have the right to move my property. That's my property. You can't stop me from doing that. But yet, then they try to bring privileges where the Constitution was written that, well, maybe people would follow that or believe in it or uphold it within themselves as a righteous action for their righteousness within themselves to not cause harm, to not create a crime, to not create a wrongdoing on someone else, but still have that right of pursuit and happiness within themselves and the right to defend themselves. And, if you have to pull up a rock and tie a stick to it and make a giant sledgehammer, then that's what you have to do. And you have the right to do that. You just can't go clubbing people with it because you want their stuff. And so, when they made firearms, it's like a rallying cry too for people to go, yes, we are separate from each other, but we are a community within ourselves to be rightful and honorable and be justified and have justification in the things that we do. And they're not privileges that I would give to you. I give over my rights to you so that you could return them with some legislation and claim now it's a privilege that you control whether I get to do it or not. And it's like that Constitution and understanding that is like if that's almost somebody trying to write what our free will within ourselves actually is. And I think a lot of people stand up for it because of the connection of it's our free will. It's that we're individuals and we have a free will. It's not something granted to us that somebody else can control us or legislate upon us what our will is if it's not according to you or myself and our will within ourselves?
Yep.
Because it's not the gun that kills the person, like you said.
Yeah, this is the way I mean, I think that common sense is coming to a lot of things, to be honest. But we have what we have. We have whichever area you live in, you still have either a government or a dictator who tells you what you can and can't do. I think the difference in the democratic way of doing things, where you vote for people, you believe the BS leading up to the elections, and then as soon as they get in power, they do a U-turn because they've already got there, and they're going to be there for 4.5 years or whatever. So hey, they're not accountable for anything because they can do what they want. They argue among themselves on two different sides.
Right.
Maybe
I think
that's a little bit.
that voting thing it's like a scam. I mean, to a lot of people, if, like you said, that common sense is like, why do I have to vote for somebody to rule over me? I don't need anybody to rule over me and myself. If it's like slaves do that. If I can't control myself, I need somebody to rule over me because I have no control over myself. And usually those people are end up being mentally disabled in some state.
Not necessarily. I would disagree with that. But what I would say is that we are indoctrinated from a very young age to the way of life in where we live.
That's what I
So
believe's made us retarded. They've retarded our way of thinking. They've made us mentally retarded. They've done it on purpose, but that's why I was talking about that. It's like a mental, it ends up being a mental disorder. We've been purposely mentally retarded where we can't. Does that make
we can't
sense?
think for ourselves. We're not allowed to. We have
Right.
to do what we're told. Like Kim's put regarding, our rights are dwindling away and shoot the sheep myself. Well, yeah, I don't agree with shooting people, but I do agree that unless we change what the system that we're in, unless that system changes, we've got it. So what we're going to do, we've got to work with it rather than working against it, because we're never going to be able to change it, not as a single individual. What we can do is we can be non-aggressive in the way that we put things across and try and get things changed. But when I say non-aggressive, if someone was to attack me, then I'm going to retaliate. I'm going to defend myself. And I've noticed since I've come onto YouTube, I thought YouTube was a nice, friendly place at first. I was so naive. I've seen so many different factions within the YouTube community and so much division. The people or the system I want to change is just laughing at everybody because we're not united. And I think that's where the problem is. We do need to be united in what we do. Let's sort out a few different things. Granddad has no rights. So I'm sorry, Kim, we're not having that one.
What do you think about that we can't be united? The only problem with us not being able to be united is because a lot haven't solved that issue within themselves. It's like you can't bring anybody together until within themselves they make that change. Because to think that YouTube was like that place that you thought, and then you seen, well, geez, there's all these factions and they're all this. It's like the tribe. Then the tribe mentality sets out, and people find people that are like up to themselves, and they draw people unto themselves that are like them, and
Yes.
they're safe. And that's the tribal mentality where it's harder it's harder to like when you called me up and you said, "Hey, I don't really know you, and show me yourself so you can do some act of um, uh,
Vetting?
penance to a certain extent that I could show you somehow that I'm not your enemy first or something that would make you feel comfortable with allowing me into your space." And
Let
it's
me
like,
explain that.
no, I mean,
And
I
it's
get
nothing,
it.
yeah, it's
I
nothing
get it.
personal.
Right. I mean, I
um,
get it. I
yeah,
understand.
up until recently, I never had a major problem. And then somebody decided to put an avatar within the chat, which wasn't exactly ideal. I thought it was funny because they were making an ass out of themselves, but that's beside the point. I like to have a conversational piece of chat where anybody from any different faction can drop by. There's no hostility. We can talk like adults rather than like children. But I've also found out that I'm guilty by association,
Correct.
apparently, by going on other people's panels that another pack doesn't like, another tribe, and it is very tribal. So the other thing which I've noticed is the terms of service. We have to operate within what we're allowed. Now, YouTube is a private commodity. So they provide the service so they can dictate to me and to other creators what they can and what they can't do within this private area that they own. They're providing the service so they can dictate the terms and conditions or terms of service.
Hey, I'd like to give you my thought, just in, I guess, my opinion. People say opinions, but thoughts and opinions, it's like whether there's a separation between those two things. And my thought on the subject is that YouTube should not be allowed to be private because it's a public forum. It shouldn't be allowed to be private. And it's almost like if YouTube's allowed to be private, being public, and let's say even being, let's say, on the stock market or whatever, and being traded publicly, it's like this is public. And for them as a company or anybody to claim this is really a private venue is like mistaken through thought of if I'm a baker and I have my private baking um, little business. And it's like, I'm a Christian. I'm a Christian baker. I have Christian values. I do not separate from that. It's like
Mm-hmm.
the magic man. He doesn't separate from that, and that's how he wants his show to be. And you don't quite agree with it, but you allow it to happen anyway, because that man's will. That man's way. So I'm a Christian baker, and I have some people that don't believe the same as me. They believe in, let's say, being together of the same gender, persuasion, or whatever. And they come in and they demand me to do something for them. And I claim, as a private company, a private person, I will not bake that cake for you. I will not put those symbols on there. I will not do it that they run and get the government and claim we're a special class of people. You must bake us that cake, or you're going to pay us millions of dollars and we'll make you go bankrupt. It's
Yeah.
like in those thought processes is that there's something here that's just not the thought process of being correct. That we do have to follow YouTube's terms of service, but everybody keeps saying it's because it's private. And it's like there's already been a precedent set by the Christian baker that refused to make the cake and was forced to do it or lose his business when he could claim what people say: no shirt, no shoes, no service. And people
Yeah.
like to try to claim that and go, that shows my private business. I have the right to refuse service to anyone, except that didn't work for that Christian baker. It didn't
Yeah.
work. And it's
You
like
see,
there's that catch 22 there that people, that I think people should in their thought process start making a stand for also, that yeah, there's nothing you can do about the terms of service because they'll just end you no matter what. So they fall within that perimeter. But I think a lot of that too is because people want to be on the service, or not enough people are against that they would like everybody just stop using YouTube. But a lot of people do business and they do all kinds of other stuff, and it's a perpetuation of it, like the voting system. It just
Yep.
ends up being people are perpetuating their own slavery, and they don't realize they're actually perpetuating their own slavery. But yet, how can you talk to them about getting out of it and coming
Mm.
together as a community, or be unified in this area, when people perpetuate their own slavery?
Yeah, which is one of the reasons why I like to have a safe space here for anybody and everybody. I don't discriminate, and I agree wholeheartedly with what Mr. Blue says. We're all humans, and we shouldn't discriminate regardless. I don't put people in boxes. We're human beings, you know, and I think that everybody has got. And I use this in the right term, the right to be who we are, right? So
We should
therefore, we should not discriminate against somebody.
We have to. It's almost like
Yeah.
we have to, right? Because if you came to my door, my first question to you would be some certain questions, because I have to find out whether you're friend or foe. I mean,
Yeah.
so there has to be a discernment. I guess we'll say discernment instead of discrimination.
Yeah.
There has to
Yeah.
be something there, or you're not protecting yourself. So why have the Second Amendment if you're not willing to protect yourself and be discernment and be understanding that certain things you can't do here because this is mine?
Mm.
So
No, I understand that. You know, there's a saying over here: an Englishman's home is his castle. Right? It's a very old saying. It dates back to the days when we had castles and people defended them, or I should say, the peasants defended the lord or the baron that owned the castle. I think that over the years we've just been totally indoctrinated, and our viewpoints are totally skewed. I would rather have a platform where you're free to talk about anything at all, right? And if you don't agree, then you should be able to openly disagree, but in an adult way. I mean, there's some things which I don't agree with, and I never will do, because I think that they are tasteless in every way. But that's my own personal opinion. But I've got a right to have that opinion. But at the same time, I've got the right to protect everybody else as well from those opinions.
correct. That is absolutely correct. That's exactly why, let's say that Christian baker, man, I would get it. It would be really understandable if that was the only baker in the land of the castle and the servants or whatever. And there was just one man, he was called Mr. Baker, and that was the baker man. And nobody could get a cake unless he could do it and he could make it. Therefore, he's not allowed to discriminate because he's public. Everybody has to come to him. But if there's 75 bakers and this one person's going around and this person just totally disagrees what this person wants them to do and go, I'm not doing it. There's 74 other people out there, man. Go hit them up. They don't have a right to come against that guy for saying that to them.
Yep.
He gets that right. He has that right to go take it to those 74 other bakers out there. You can't come here. You can't. I disagree. We have to agree to disagree. And I will not serve you what you're asking for because I disagree with it. You can't make me do it.
Yep. I know this is what I was, the whole point. You should be able to do what you feel is right, but at the same time respect everybody else. Just want to, before we continue, because I want to bring our magician friend in. Looks like you're getting ready to do a few tricks, so I do love them, as you know. I just want to say thanks to everybody. Thanks, Legend. Spooky, thanks for coming back in. I do wish you wouldn't use big words, Tony. I cannot read them. I'm dyslexic of the mouth. I always say something wrong.
Come on then, let's have some magic.
Well, I'll tell you what. You're here, right? And you keep coming in and interfering. You must hang around for a while. I'm not that bad. I'm not a tyrant.
No, you just feed me rats.
That's fine. Tell you what. Do you want a night off?
Yeah.
Oh, all right then. See, I'm always nice. Come and join the show, Grandad.
I'll just come
Chris-
back. I won't be a minute.
Yeah, no worries. I'll open the doors for you. Hang on.
I love it. You guys are so great.
Oh, aren't she nice? We'll let Grandad out. Right. Are you ready? Christian Magician?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
This is just a quick trick that I learned today. Actually, it's take 3 matches, one for the Father, one for the Son, one for the Holy Spirit. And so what I do is I'm getting the message now. And so this is how I'm getting the message like this. So I light the matches and oh, didn't work. Sorry. Just like that. I don't know if you guys can see that on the camera. Maybe I have to do it again. I don't know. But if you guys could see, that was the smoke. I could. Oh, there we go. I may have to do it again. The lighting in here is weird. There we go. That should be better now. If you guys could see it, okay. If not, okay too. I'm gonna tell the story now because I didn't realize how hard it was to tell it while I was doing it. But when I breathe the smoke out, that is gonna be me taking the information, putting it in, and spreading it to other people. And so this is just another way to show how, another way of how I show what I do. So, like this, maybe, if it wants to. Oh, come on. Could y'all see that or no?
I didn't, but
Oh, darn it.
I think that's don't try this at home, kids. Nice
Definitely.
one, Tony.
Don't try it unless you know what you're doing. Okay, so this was one of the tricks I was gonna say anyway, since tell you how it's done anyway. So it's as I'm lighting the match. If you watch, normally someone would strike it like this, right? Strike it away from you.
Mhm.
This one, you expel all the air out of your mouth, out of you. I don't know if you can see it that time. Yeah, you breathe it in as you're doing it.
Yeah. It's like smoking, but without the tobacco.
Exactly. The person who taught me this was exactly that. It's the water vapor that builds up.
Yeah.
The water vapor that builds up. And so I don't know if I can do this one. But it's called the human jack-o'-lantern. Let's see if we can turn off this light. If I can't do it, it's another one I just learned today. But I'm gonna attempt to breathe in very, very slowly. Now, most people would think to breathe out slowly, but what that's doing is pushing the heat to your teeth. And so you don't want to do that because then it's going to burn your mouth and all that. You're going to stick the match in your mouth after it's lit. You're going to let it burn a little bit. Like that. That's what I'm going to attempt to do. Give me 1 second. All right. Can you still hear me?
Yep.
Maybe. I don't know if my headphone's still connected or not. But let's hope this works. If it doesn't, I'm sorry. But like I said, I just learned it today. So strike it. Let it burn a little bit. Nope, not going to do that. I was out and I was just literally about to, but that's not gonna work. I'm not gonna burn my mouth on.
Yeah, well,
Scream,
good job
so-
you haven't got any gasoline.
Let's see if we can't get this done. I'll be right back. My headphone cut out, so if you give me 1 minute, I will be right back.
Hey, if he comes back and his face is like burnt really bad, we know he's been practicing.
Yep.
It's still echoing. Are you still downstairs?
Do let Grandad out the dungeon.
No. He's out for good behaviour at the moment.
Ah, he can quite easily go back then, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Even in
He's
all,
good. He's
even in
good.
all,
He can go
even in
back
all.
down.
Hello.
So, the Fallen, you're muted, mate.
Evening. Good evening.
The Fallen.
Lovely dog in that picture. What a lovely dog.
He is one of our auditors. And I don't know whether you missed it, but earlier we were having a conversation around auditing in the UK and auditing over in the States. And there's some similarities between the two. So it was an interesting conversation. So what are you up to there? Anything new?
No, nothing new right this second, mate. I just had a spare 5 minutes, so I thought I'd pop in. Say hello.
You're welcome anytime.
And thank you for today as well.
Oh, don't worry about that. That's in the pipeline. That'll come out in plenty of time. Denison, if you want to come up at any time, please do so. In fact, anybody, I know most of you in here are all regulars. And this is our magician. Is it working yet?
Yeah, it's working. Every time I get a call come in, it turns off the headphone, and I have to go back and reset it all. And I'm like, oh. All right, let's go ahead. Get this here. Okay, I think this is the weirdest thing ever on some of these matches, how it forms together like that. So let's go ahead here. Yeah, let's go ahead and do this. So gonna go ahead. I'm gonna try that trick one more time. The reason it didn't work last time, it was too big of a flame. I had let it burn too much onto the stick. So we're gonna try that trick one more time. And if it works, okay. If not, then I'm not trying it again until another time, until the smoke leaves my lungs and all of that fun stuff. So, one last time. Let's try this. Who knows? I may be able to get it another time on your show if I don't get it today. I don't even know if this match is right.
Dog match.
I know. Oh, come on, yeah. There we go. So, I'm going to take this, start breathing in very slowly after this flame dies down. Ooh. Oh, man. I got it somewhat. I can't get it this time. Sorry, guys.
Chili pepper.
Oh, man, that was hot. Started burning my lip a little bit. All right. Sorry, I couldn't get it this time, but I will. I will practice that and get it next time. I have ice cubes over here. That's what I was also preparing. Because that's part of the trick.
I don't want you to injure yourself, so please don't try it again.
Nah, next time. Next time. I will definitely have that prepared.
We've got some echo coming back, some feedback. Can I ask people to mute up, please?
Let's see if that works. Does that work?
Yeah, no, it's not from your end. It's coming through.
Oh.
I'll mute up as well.
All right, let's go ahead and take this. Turn this back on since that other trick didn't work. That's all right. It happens. Let's go ahead. We're going to take this deck. It's fully organized deck. Not organized. Said that wrong. Now, keep in mind, I have not done this trick in well over a month. So, if it does mess up, it messes up. But this one shouldn't, unlike the match trick. Get under there. All right, there we go. So, yes, Spooky Press on Fire, definitely. Sorry, I'm reading the comments on my computer behind my phone. And so, let's go ahead. So, the people say that there are 4 different kinds, or not kinds, things that make up a human and their personality and their body. So it is the mind, the heart, the body, and the soul, or the personality, whatever you want to call it. But if God made people with a deck of cards, this is how I would think that he would have done it. Somewhat like this. Not exactly, but he would shuffle the cards face up into face down, just for the uniqueness of it. He would take the cards, push them in to each other, nice and even. And then he would make a cut here. Let's go ahead and cut there. Yeah, some are face up, some are face down. Make a cut there, do that. Then he would do this one the same way, but a little bit differently, maybe with the cuts or whatnot. But same thing, face up into face down, pushing them. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that cut a little bit differently. Cut, cut, and cut. There we go. Now, one last time, we're going to take this side, shuffle it into this side, and yeah, let's go ahead and make one more cut after this too. Or no, make a few more. So there we go. There's that. Cut this. There we go. See, some cards are face up, some cards are face down. It's all different. Dribble some cards off of there. And there we go. Yeah, let's just do that last pile. Now, this is going to make up one person. And so, as you can see, that's a lot of work to make up one person. A lot of different characteristics and interests, uninterests. No, that's not really a word. It kind of is, but what I'm going to do and go ahead and do here is a lot of people, they like to compare humans to works of art. But when I think of art, I think of painting. And I'm like, well, you can't really paint somebody. You can't really paint with a deck of cards. It seems like there's a lot of different things here. And so there's a lot going on, like I just said. And that no matter what, though, that it will always come out right. And I think I may have just messed that up. Let's pray I didn't, but if I did, it's all right. Yeah, there we go. Just slide that one back down in there. But the weather is definitely messing with these cards. But there we go. There's all 4 aces. You know what? The weather is really messing with these cards. I hate it when this happens. Let's drop the rest of that pack down there. But there is the we're gonna just paint it like this. I know it's a little bit different than what I would normally do. But let's go ahead and go like that. All right. You know what? Murphy's Law. If something can go wrong, it will. I'm so sorry, guys. This was not at all how I had planned it to go. There we go. There's the royalty in hearts, royalty in diamonds, royalty in clubs. There we go. That didn't work out as planned at all. Spades, and finally the ace of clubs. Yeah. But the main moral of the story here is that nobody's perfect. And so I'm not even perfect at this either. So what I'm trying to say is that no matter what you've done, no matter where you are perfectly loved by Jesus. And that, I know this whole thing's messing me up. Must be all that smoke. Anyways, you are God's masterpiece. There. I said it. There's the end of the trick. So sorry that didn't work out this time. Oh my gosh, I'm such an idiot.
It's fine. Listen, I've seen that. I've actually seen that before that you've done it, and when it flows, it's
yeah,
great.
it actually worked that time. Not this time, but that time it did. At least I'm glad at least some people have seen the trick and know that it's supposed to work. Sorry for all the people that it didn't work, but hey, that's what happens sometimes.
It's
I don't even know
fine.
where I messed up. I don't even know where I messed up. That is the problem.
You dropped your cards.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see. Let's go ahead and finish getting these packed up. Let's go ahead.
And this, folks, is why I don't go to a casino.
Ah, yes, definitely. Oh man. All right. You know what? I'm just gonna scrape all these together. Get these. All right. If you guys give me 1 minute, I'll be right back.
There we go. Last week we had Eddie on singing along, and this time we got the Christian magician.
Yeah, it was good. It was good. I mean, things go wrong for everybody, don't they? So,
well, it's a fact of life. Nothing's
That's-
perfect. And that's why we do what we do, because it isn't. John Hobbs is here to protest. I don't know what you're protesting about. If it's regarding Grandad, he's got a reprieve, apparently. Grandad, you've had a vote of confidence.
yeah. Hey.
I think Bear's dropped out again. I think his
Yeah.
internet's on the way. Hey, up, you're back.
Yeah, I'm not gonna try and do the same trick because I know, unfortunately, some decks are set up, and I'm not trying to take all that time right now to set up. So I'll just stay here in the background and do my flourishes and whatnot. Unless y'all want me to say something. Let's see if we can't get this going. This is what's called a Pharaoh fan. Let's go ahead. It's based off the Pharaoh shuffle, just like this. Nope, not just like that. But you take this and you do a thumb fan out of that. Then you take this and shuffle it back in. It's the Pharaoh shuffle, otherwise known as the what is that? Perfect shuffle, I think is what it's called. It weaves every single card into each other. So if you were trying to do something, say you were trying to keep the deck in perfect order, that's after 12 shuffles of that, it would keep it in perfect order. So here we go. And then that didn't work. All right, let's go ahead and get that going. And go from. So I actually just learned this one. This one's called the Sybil cut. Let's see if I can't get it going. Sybil cut is there, maybe. All right, close that out, spring it out. All right, let's try that again. So half, 3/4. So this is literally when I'm learning a new trick. If you guys hear me like saying different phrases that you wouldn't normally hear with it, it would be that's literally how I learned the tricks. Is some of them, even the cardistry moves, is so like half. So I was taking half of that back, 3/4, then half again, and so that's literally just how I learned those. That's the gist of that one. Let's see if we can't get. There we go. I know that one's not really flashy or anything. We got Charlie Egg Cut, maybe. There we go. Charlie Egg Cut. The doors are standing open.
Apparently, there's now a campaign being launched for Grandad to get paid for being incarcerated. Well, if you want to pay him, that's fine, but I'm not going to. This is Oktoberfest, where anything can happen and anything's going to happen. We're doing this for the next couple of weeks. I may have to reschedule next Friday's show to either Saturday or Sunday due to another live which is going on, and I always said that I would never compete with people who we've supported, and there's potentially a ghost hunt investigation next week.
That's right, on the 14th.
So watch out for the different times and places where we'll be. Sorry, there you go. Back to you now.
This has been fun, but I do have to go. I'm sorry, it's kind of unexpectedly. But I hope you guys have a blessed day. Hope you guys enjoyed.
Thanks for coming up. Really appreciate it, and thanks for entertaining us.
Yeah,
we'll see you again soon.
Thank you. Well
Cheers
done.
Now. Bye now.
Yeah, sorry about that overlap next week, Grim. Didn't.
No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. It's one of those things that happens. You know, you always have these. I know what it is. It's because you've been in a dungeon all week. You just forgot. So I've got to let you out today, haven't I? Really?
Yeah, but you're letting me free next week.
Yeah, it's all right. Revenge will be sweet. The Fallen, how you doing, mate?
I'm doing great.
Did you enjoy a little bit of magic?
I did. I mean, I enjoy, it's like nothing against him. And if he ever hears it, this isn't a ridicule towards him, but there's something enjoyable, not in a bad way, about when people make mistakes, but they still work through it somehow. Does that make sense? That
yes.
even though it didn't work, it was still enjoyable to watch him.
Yes. Yeah. Well, what I like is the fact that, unlike some people who I've seen and witnessed, the toys weren't thrown out of the pram because they just continued, and it shows that people are human at the end of the day.
That's correct.
I have to say, I'm all right. The storyline isn't necessarily my cup of tea. However, it doesn't mean to say that I didn't enjoy it, because I did. Hello, UK Transparency. How are you doing? Late again, I see. You'd be late for your own court case. So, where do you stand on, I don't know, trying to think now. I think we covered a lot of things that we usually talk about in this community. What do you think about free speech? Do you think people have got free speech?
Oh, I think we have free speech. I think that I think everybody can say what they want to say. I mean, nobody can really claim that they're not allowed to speak. It's just, man, the repercussions from saying what's on your mind is like that. It's never the fall that hurts you. It's always the sudden stop. So it's like we can say whatever we want. It's just those repercussions that come from it. I think we have free speech because nobody's stopping me from like yelling fire in a theater. I still could do that if I so choose. It's just the repercussions that's going to come from it. I don't agree with a lot of the repercussions that come from somebody speaking freely. There's too many restrictions upon it, but we still in technicality, we still have it. I could say right now whatever I wanted to say to you. I may get a bunch of repercussions from it and may never be able to come back, but I was allowed at that moment to have my free speech.
Well, here's something interesting. Repercussions for speech is the opposite of free speech. Denison, do you want to come up and explain your point of view?
No, he's not feeling very well, Grim.
Oh, what a shame. Oh, well, never mind. I'll take it as read. The problem that we have in the UK is we don't have free speech. At all. Free speech is, I won't say it's outlawed, that would be wrong, because there isn't actually a law which stops you, right? But there are rules and expectations by our so-called leaders, if that makes sense.
Right.
The only place in the UK where you, and I've said this many a time, is the only place where you are allowed legally, which is a permission, by the way, to have free speech is at Speaker's Corner at Hyde Park on a Sunday morning. Anywhere else, you're not allowed it.
I thought you were going to say in your own house.
I did.
Oh, yeah. Technically speaking, you don't. Because as soon as you start raising your voice as part of your free speech, you could be reported for being a nuisance.
Oh, that public order thing again, or whatever you call it?
It's not, no, they use something else, but it's similar, yeah. It's for everything that you've got, there's a law which says you can't. Does that make sense?
That's exactly how they made the law. It's like
and we put these idiots in power.
Yeah.
That's the funny thing.
And sometimes more laws to one question.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment we've got a fuel crisis, which has been created out of nothing, right, and blamed on various. Okay, that fuel crisis in the UK has actually hit people where it hurts financially. The cost of daily living has gone through the roof. You know, you can go into a supermarket, buy a loaf of bread one day, and the next day it's doubled in price. And they blame something. In other words, there's someone profiteering, but they're blaming something else as the reason. Our energy companies over here, which are all owned internationally, I don't think there's actually an energy company which is truly owned in the UK, but I could be wrong. They put their prices up and blame various reasons for it. And we've had a 300% increase. Now, the government have turned around and said, oh, we need to do something about this after the fact and after there's been public outcry. So people who are on the lowest wages or the lowest benefits get some sort of payment. I don't have an issue with that. I think it's a good idea. That's what I pay my taxes for, to support the people who haven't got. That's my theory, right? But then again, I'm hitting the pocket. I'm working. My wife is working. We can't do what we were planning to do as a result of the increase in charges. You know, so it's like, why did we elect this stupid government in? And then I thought and realised, oh, I didn't. You know, but at the end of the day, I didn't vote for the Conservatives in the UK anyway. I think that all they're going to do is rip the lower class, middle class off them and just make people who've got money make money. You know, however. Why do as a government, why don't you just turn around and say, there's actually an easy way to do this. We take over the power industry the way it used to be. We put the prices out for what it is, and we will subsidize it because people wouldn't mind paying higher taxes if they're going to get something back out of it instead of it being farmed off and handed off to this country, that country, to aid them in whatever it is that they're doing against other oppression. I mean, that's just the way that I see it. The Spooky Press. Yeah, I think the energy company should be nationalised again. I agree. It's never going to happen. The Conservatives ruined it. The Conservative ruined it.
Well, I kind of, I'm just going to give you my thought about it is that when you were talking about you pay your taxes, so the lower waged people, the lower class people get a subsidy to help pay their high energy bill because their energy bill went up like everybody else's and they don't have means, so they'll get some kind of credit toward it, and that's what people pay their taxes for. So then people start agreeing or understand something about a socialism, and then they try to let's make a socialist country, but let's try to not be fascist, and let's hope we don't make it to communist, But when that wheel starts rolling and start taking private business and making it governmental controlled, it starts rolling that wheel of socialism. And then it starts rolling that next wheel towards fascism and communism where nobody owns anything and everybody's going to be happy. It's like that New World Order thing of, nobody's going to own nothing, but everybody's still going to be happy. And it's like, that's like a socialism thing. And if you can't trust the government with what they have now and how they're treating you, now give them control of your gas and hope that they're going to treat you right and you're going to pay higher taxes so that everybody's going to get treated right. And it's like, that's the slippery slope is let's all just become a socialism.
No, I'm not referring to the
idea.
politics. I'm not talking about the political side of things here. I'm referring to people who, somebody who is chronically disabled or is disabled in any way, shape, or form. They can't get work. Well, for whatever reason, if there's no jobs out there, they can't get jobs because there isn't any jobs, right? Because we're not producing them. As a country, we used to have an awful lot of British-led industry. We sold that off. We allowed for the owners of those companies to sell to the highest bidder.
Right.
At the time, people would say it was right. It was the right thing to do. Yeah. Now we're paying for it because we don't actually own anything as a country, and we are an island. Great Britain is an island. If we haven't got it, we're relying on importing, which then means that we're relying on outside interference, third parties causing us problems. The latest one is the gas supply. For the first time that I can remember, and I'm old enough to remember it, we could be facing 3-day-week shortages on gas and electricity because certainly the gas supply isn't getting in here. We don't produce enough electricity in this country for the demand, and it'll be great for those people who are all electric if there is gas shortages because they're not going to be affected, but they will be because we now have gas-powered power plants that produce the electricity. So of course they're going to be affected. The internet will go down for 3 days a week. What we're going to do? I tell you what, in 9 months' time, we're going to have a baby boom because that's what happened last time. So. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. I can only talk hypothetically, you know. Tony Lee has put something in there. Mrs. Thatcher owes us about 26 pints of milk and the economy. Yeah, Margaret Thatcher, the milk snatcher. Yeah. She was the one who decided that children don't need to have a third of a pint of milk a day when it was cheaper not to give it to them, so she removed it. You know. But I can joke about it, but it is going to be serious if that happened in within the UK, within Great Britain, because we won't know what to do. Over in America, you have you're regionalized. You have states, which means that you have your own power plants in certain areas, etc. You don't have the same as what we have, which is a national grid that covers the whole of Great Britain. You know, it's not quite the same. If our national grid goes down, as a country, we're knackered. I would put it another way, but there's people who might take offence to the word F-U-C-K-E-D. But I don't know. I don't know what we're going to do as a country. I know I won't be able to do these shows if I have no electricity. But then again, I suppose that it would make the government happy, because people like us who want to talk freely about something, you know, and tell the truth, or want to find out the truth, you know, we're not going to be able to do that. John Hobbs, condoms will be in short supply. Jeez. Yeah, sorry I said that. I've now started all the condom jokes. You see where I'm coming from, Fallen?
I'm formulating a picture in my mind of an island, and when you say national, I'm formulating centralized, and it's like, so there's just one plant that powers everything. So if that one plant doesn't get the reserves it needs, the whole island goes dark.
Technically, but it's all interlinked. There's different. So if you think of a grid, a network,
Right.
right? If one bit goes down, that whole area goes out, yeah? But it's owned by an outside company, right? That is probably owned by a third party in another country. Why
So
would
if
they
they
put
don't get payment, they turn the lights out.
I'm thinking more of the power supply, the amount of energy that we need, the consumption of it. If we're not getting that for whatever reason, they've got to put a ration on what we can use.
Right.
The last time that happened, it was due to the coal miners' strike back in late 70s, early 80s. I could be slightly off there, because I was only a youngster then. Granddad might remember it better. He was a teenager, but because he's an old git. But anyway, we had 3 days a week where we had no power, and it went from one area to another area to another area. And the government were great about it, because everybody within the country lost power for 3 days, except some areas in Scotland, because they were remote and they had their own generators.
Yeah, well, Grim, you do know that, and this isn't a joke, this is serious. They're on about supplying people with batteries, believe it or not, if you get an outage.
Yeah. As a country, we are not prepared for it anymore, because we've got that used to it. We don't have a drawer with candles in, for argument's sake. We don't have a drawer with batteries for torches to give us lighting. But I'll tell you what we do have. We have a load of scumbags who will go around breaking into places and hurting people so they can rob them. Because all of the house alarms, which are up and running and monitored, etc., they'll all go down. So I don't think it's a good idea to ration from that perspective. But I can see the logic behind it. If we haven't got it, they're going to have to put rations into place, and I just think it's wrong. And the chances are it'll happen in the winter. Yes, Tony. I'm so glad you remember those days. I'm not the only one. But no, I'm dreading it personally. We rely on electricity so much more now than we used to.
Yeah, I feel sorry for the youngsters because they was born with a mobile phone. So where's it going to leave them?
Does that mean they're going to have to talk to each other?
Maybe.
Instead of texting?
Yeah.
They're gonna have to go outside and play.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, don't start me on that way. I was talking to, I think it was Bear, and he said, well, when I was young, I used to go out and climb trees. And I turned around and said, the only trees your kids will be climbing these days will be on a screen. Yeah. It's a virtual life we live. I won't be able to work. I'm just wondering whether or not I'll get paid. Because if there's no power, I can't do anything. Although I think it's the right time of year to do it because all the ghouls will be out and everything else in October. Or are we just giving a load of BS? But makes the show go longer.
I honestly think it's a load of rubbish.
I don't know where these rumours came from, by the way. I just think it's funny. I hope it never happens again. I really do. I think that as a species, as human beings, we've moved on a little bit in some ways, and in other ways we haven't. We've gone backwards.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, we're not social animals anymore.
No.
We're virtual animals.
Yeah.
But then again, I think it's great. I wouldn't be able to talk to Fallen or to any of my other friends over, friends, virtual friends over in the States, because it would have cost too much in the past. The internet is great. It's opened up everything compared to what it used to be.
I think some of that too is like when they were like putting that mandatory stay away from people thing when the little health scare, and they were like keeping people 6 feet apart, 8 feet apart, that a lot of people, I mean, that implemented itself almost immediately within a lot of people because of what you're saying. People have become not as social in that aspect of personable social. They don't mind that they're 6 feet apart or 8 feet apart because they can grab their cell phone, you know what I mean? And in that aspect, still make that connection, if that makes sense. So it's easier to implement separation when they have that technology to where people are comfortable with it. Whereas back in the day, it was always like, hey, man, come out, come outside, come outside, come outside, come outside. You know, everybody had to be together to be together. And it was harder to separate people then.
Now it's the easiest thing in the world.
Right.
To do. That's proved it in the last couple of years, the way that we've been indoctrinated into a new way of thinking. And I've said this before, and I'll always say the best thing that could happen to me personally in the last 2 years is I got my way. I got to work from home. Because interacting with people on a personal level, on a one-to-one basis, is very difficult at times. Whereas if you're talking to somebody regardless of who it is or where they are, you're talking to them over the net. I mean, everything is over the net. You got voice over IP, which is what this is, etc. You know, it's just opened up new doors. You know, South Alabama. Thanks for dropping by.
Yeah, you mean when you try and come round to my gaff, and there you
God,
are.
you're miles away.
Aye.
Well, to me, you're miles away. Yeah, I mean, it's a nice, pleasant drive up the motorway. You know, however, it's a long way to go. You're not exactly round the corner.
No.
You know, I moved house during the middle of it, and or property, I should say, and we couldn't get anything delivered. I could order it once the shops were open, but I had to wait 3-4 months for a delivery. Yeah. So it was murder. Amazon was fantastic, though. By the way, I'm not shouting out Amazon. It's just the way that that little bit of capitalism, so to speak, works.
It worked out just the way it was planned.
Yeah. I didn't like being told I couldn't go outside. It wasn't the fact that I didn't want to or anything like that. It was the fact I was told. Who the hell's this government to tell me what I can and can't do? I'm a free person. I should be able to do what I want to do, so long as it's lawful. And I do so, not rather than legal, I say lawful.
Right.
You know, when I went into shops, it was, you got to wear a mask. When you go into a bank, all of a sudden you're allowed to wear a mask, and nobody thinks anything of it unless you're carrying a shotgun. You know. Now it's all over with. Oh, you're not allowed to wear a mask. Eh? Hang on. 6 months or so ago, you were telling me something totally different, you know. And now it's just as if it never happened. And it still makes me smile when I see people driving along in their own vehicle, on their own, wearing a diaper on the face. Each to their own, I suppose.
Right. I mean, because that's the indoctrination thing of it, and it's also did it to us too, because it's like, honestly, that person that you've seen in that car, they could really have a health condition that they've always wore a mask, but as you see them now, because of everything that's happened in our brain, you would say they have a diaper on their face, but maybe they were wearing that thing before anything happened. Maybe they really have a serious condition where they must wear it, or something about it helps them. And it's like, it affects all of us in a mental capacity that that harms us in one way or another. It's like, you can't be around somebody because it may manifest itself and make you sick, but if you're outside on your front porch enjoying a cigarette, and the police decide to march down your street and tell you to go inside, and you're like, man, this is my porch, and they riddle you with rubber bullets and stuff, and gas, and force you back inside. It's like,
well, I must admit, now I've got an understanding of what a police state would be, or martial law would be, because I personally think that what's happened in the last couple of years across the world could be an exercise into seeing how they can control people. You know, who knows?
It was an exercise to show us in some way how easily we could be controlled. I mean, because it's like a lot of people say, well, that'll never happen. And then they get rid of rubber bullets, and you can only stand there for so long before, ouch, shit hurts. And you go back in, and it's like, you know, just setting up that factor, like boiling the frog or the lobster or something. It's like, either way you look at it, the same ending accomplishment seems to be trying to work its way into the psychology of the people in the communities. of what they're allowed to do, when they can do it, when it can be held back. Because I think a lot of it is, a lot of people are talking about how it's a police state and everything. And it's like, I see it, or something within me feels that the prison state is coming, that
Yes.
it's a march to a prison state, that actually your house is going to be your cell. Your house is your cell, and when you go outside of your cell, you're going to be monitored everywhere you go. Like, there's going to be a jailer there. There's going to be some form of prison officer that's going to be watching your every move, and they're going to claim it's for your own safety. They're going to claim it's your rights being given back to you.
I'll come back to that in a minute. UK fear is a powerful tool. You're so right. The fear has indoctrinated us into believing what we are told is correct. It's all propaganda. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, what was it I said I was going to come back to? My memory moves around and I forget.
Was it like the prison state, that our house is our cell?
Yes, that was it. Yeah, we've already got that. Wherever you go, you are monitored. It's never been implemented.
But they're trying to do it more now. They're claiming, get a camera. The camera protects you. Watch all the auditors say it. Whenever you're around, man, pull out a camera. The camera is your justice. The camera is this. The camera is your savior. Without the camera, and it's just like that. They're calling for it. They're calling for it more, and they're calling for it more, where it's like you said, it's already that way, but it seems like even the auditors, even all these other people are calling for it even more. They're like ushering it in themselves, going, it's the savior. It's the savior.
No, what they say is it's to protect me because the camera cannot lie. It's not the camera that lies, it's the people who edit.
Right. And so I'm saying it's that prison state. It's like when you go out of your house, like you say, they're even calling for it more. It's because that camera is actually, it can't lie. So it's your savior. They can say, this camera is saving me. So they even call it in, because I'd be like, man, I don't want to be on your camera. I just don't want to be that way today. And everybody's like, no expectation of privacy in public, man. No expectation. Get your camera out of my face. It's like, man, today I don't want to deal with it. Come back tomorrow. Come back whenever. And it's like that thing just keep getting squished on people more and more and more, of going, that camera, that surveillance state is all your rights being given back to you. I hear people calling for it all the time. It's like, and to me, that's a formulation of a construct, that same indoctrination of claiming, look, my rights have given back to me. No, you're in a prison state. Your rights, you have no rights still. This is a
there was a few years ago, there was a law going up before the Houses of Parliament regarding facial recognition cameras, and how it would be really good for the safety of the UK if everybody's face was recorded and we use that in order to recognize people. Well, it's already used. It got thrown out, but I'll tell you what, any law which has safety in it now would probably pass and become law. The only law that I'm aware of in the UK which has got any long standing is the Health and Safety at Work Act. And it's the only law which says etc. in it as well. Because when that was produced, going back to 1974, regulations was what enforced the law. So now, some 40 odd years later, 50 odd years later, whatever, we've now got the same thing going through, being used, and our government, I don't know about your government, but our government used regulations to regulate an idea, not law. And that was when they introduced fines for people for being out, for doing this wrong, for doing that. Oh, it's against the regulations. No, it's against the law, it's against the regulations. And what it was actually was, it was against the regulations which enforced an idea of guidance, not law.
Right. I mean, can I put it in a simple term for my brain, see if I got it right?
Yeah.
It's like that parking meter. You put 25 cents in there. How dare you not be back here at this car? And because you wasn't back at your car, by the time that 25 cents was out of that meter that you paid for, and you paid for all this public road, and you paid for everything, we're going to fine you $70 because you weren't back here to put a quarter in that meter. That
Yes.
idea of parking regulation.
Yes, that's the one. I don't know. I mean, we have some stupid regulations, stroke laws, dropping litter. We have private companies going around finding people. It's legal. It's legal daylight robbery, in my opinion. And the local council say, "Oh, it's a good idea because it saves us money on employing people to go around sweeping the streets." Work that one out. Doesn't make sense to me.
They've done that a lot too. I mean, here it's like they're privatizing everything, and because of that purpose, it's like it goes back to that social behavior that you were talking about before with the electricity or whatever. It's like that social behavior of being put into a private hand, so that the only reason they're ever going to do it is for profit. So it becomes like here and wherever is policing for profit. They're policing for profit. They're not policing in any other aspect for public safety. When they want to claim it's public safety, it's really for profit. There's no public safety being recognized. It's only profit. Profit this, profit that, where if you're on probation, you got to have an ankle monitor. Well, that's a private company, and you got to pay that private company for that. And they keep going, it's saving us all kinds of money, but it's not. It's an illusion. It's just profiteering.
If you're paying for it, how's it saving you money?
Right.
It's not. But that's true capitalism working for you. It is about the profit. And I've just got to put this to bed. I do not pick on the old farce on Grandad in any way, shape, or form. Never have done, never will do. I am not a tyrant. He will do as he's told. Sorry. I'm watching the chat at the same time. I think the joke's going quite well, actually. No, let's have coming back to what you were saying, I mean, picking up on what Alabama said, if you drive a vehicle, you have a registration plate, you call it a tag or whatever it is, you with me? You register that vehicle with your government or whatever, yeah? We do exactly the same thing. We now have automatic registration readers, and if a report goes out and you've got a mark on that vehicle, you're going to get pulled regardless of what you're doing. You can be doing something perfectly illegal, but you're still going to get pulled because the police are looking out for that particular vehicle with that registration number. And
so what do you think about that?
Well, I don't agree with it personally. If you're doing something which is unlawful, then okay, that's fine, right?
Why should you have to register something you bought for your own personal use? That's a force into a contract that you don't consent to. How can we all of a sudden as people and individuals and creations be subject to be forced into a contract we do not consent to? Because there's no contract that's legally binding if it's done under duress or if you don't consent to it. How can you be forced into a contract? That would be like your neighbor coming over to you and going, you're going to pay me $10 for my cow, and you're like, I don't want your cow. You're going to do it anyway, and I'm going to force you into this contract. They're forcing people into contracts without their consent. But people are giving them the consent because they're doing it. They're going and they're registering their personal, private automobile or their property into the state, which gives state control over it, because the state could never issue you any fines if you didn't give them authorization to take control of your personal property. And they're forcing you into a contract. And the only reason they're able to pull you over and say that vehicle's involved in anything because you gave them authority over it. It's your property. Why would anybody give anybody authority over their property that doesn't belong to them? That vehicle doesn't belong to the state. It belongs to you. And if you register it with them, you're forming a contract with them and giving them a contract.
Okay, so here's how I would answer you with that. When you buy a vehicle new in the UK, you pay various taxes on it, right? Which includes the registration of the vehicle, right? It also includes value-added tax. So you're walking into a sales room, you're buying that vehicle quite freely, and you're agreeing to the terms and conditions of that sale.
But you can mark it out. That's a contract. You can go through a contract and mark out what you don't agree in the contract. Any contract is placed before you. If you and I went to contract with each other.
You sound rather high pitched there.
Oh, sorry about that.
I think you're losing your connection. Yeah, a contract has terms and conditions, and part of those terms and conditions could be that you can't cross out things that you don't agree with. It's like if you're employed by a company and they send you to a firm to check that you're well or not, because they've outsourced their health and safety aspect of the medical records, etc. Rather than them dealing with it, you go through a third party. If you then move on to insurance for wages, you have to agree for your medical records to be shared with that insurance company. If you don't get the money. Right. Hello, Devo. Come on up and say hello. Let's smoke a peace pipe or two. Seriously, this is where the argument for contracts falls down, in my opinion, because you have to, like I said earlier, we're conditioned, we're programmed the way that we are. We can't help that. We have no choice in the matter because of the way that everything is run. Now, whether we agree with it or we disagree with it, it's what we've got. And I've got to be honest, I really don't think we're ever going to be able to change that at this present moment in time, because we're all divided and we're very good at saying what we want to say, but you know, how many people would fall on the sword for what they believe in? You know. Yeah. Hello, Bumble. How are you doing? Nice to see you. Ash, thanks for dropping by.
Hello.
I don't know. It's one of those. We end up sometimes getting into a very serious philosophical discussion. Bit like me sending you down to the dungeon to clean up. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I'll have to go back down and clean up soon.
Well,
I'm not here next week.
I know you're not here next week.
No, that's what I'm saying.
But that means that I won't be here next week.
Yeah.
There you go, mate.
Oh, I hate when that happens. They're talking away, and it's like being in a relationship sometimes. Did they just hang up on me?
No, we didn't. You did. You went very high pitched, and I thought you'd just been taking in some helium.
Well, no,
How are you doing, mate?
because some people use headphones or whatever, and I still haven't figured out how to get my Bluetooth earbuds to actually work with StreamYard. So it's like sometimes in me trying to figure that out, it boots the system, or sometimes it doesn't even let me like Bluetooth into it, change to the phone microphone. It's really weird how that works.
Yeah.
I guess I need ear or headphones that actually plug into the phone.
Yeah, Granddad's gone down to the dungeon now. He obviously feels that he needs to.
But like you were saying, like if you're just going to the grocery store and you're doing nothing wrong, right? It's like you're in total surprise that you're getting pulled over because somebody's little ring dinger that they have has said, get that person. And you're like, get me for what?
Well, there's something I want to show, actually, in relation to something similar, in a way, a cop's reaction to a situation at McDonald's. And I'm going to play the whole thing because it says I will be stopping it if I can. So. That's just a drive-by shooting, but it wasn't actually, it was copper. That's the internet looking at it.
First at 5, a late night visit to
There we go.
the McDonald's ends in a hail of gunfire, and the San Antonio police officer who fired those rounds is now out of a job.
Those shots fired toward two teens in a car, hitting one of the teens, 17-year-old Eric Cantu. Today, our first look at the body cam footage released by San Antonio police. But first, we want to warn you that you may find this video disturbing.
Get out of the car.
Our Jonathan Cotto spoke with San Antonio's police chief, who says there were 2 violations when it came to police policy in this case.
This video showing the moment a San Antonio police officer opened fire on 2 teenagers in a McDonald's parking lot on Sunday.
Get out of the car.
The driver, visibly surprised, has been identified as 17-year-old Eric Cantu. Police say this incident was not connected to the initial call.
Correct. He was there for a disturbance at the McDonald's. He was distracted by a vehicle that he believed he saw the previous night and tried to stop, but it evaded. And then he decided to go over and approach that vehicle.
As you can hear in this video, Officer James Brennan believed the car was stolen and called for backup.
Can you start me one more? I got a vehicle over here that fled from me the other day.
However, Brennan did not wait for backup, walked up to the vehicle, opened the door, and told Cantu to get out.
Get out of the car.
After the car moved in reverse, Brennan opened fire. Brennan was placed on administrative duty following the shooting Tuesday. He was fired for violating the department's tactics and procedures.
Well,
so that is one of the reasons why I don't agree with the police having arms, because that could happen so easily over here. That there's a few things there which I think personally I would say was wrong. But what do you think, Fallen?
I think that it's like you said, guns don't kill people. People kill people. So to disagree that that's why police shouldn't have arms, I mean, I get it in a way, but I go back to your statement of going, that gun didn't shoot at that kid. That guy did.
Yeah. Situation we had there, there's a couple of, I mean, we're talking about policy, right? He got sacked for breaching 2 parts of policy. There may be further investigation, criminal charges. I don't know. But what I will say is he didn't, when he approached the car, he didn't identify himself as a policeman or a copper, right? He was just a clown in a uniform. Secondly, he just turned around and told them to get out of the car. He opened the vehicle, Shouldn't have done that. Handled all wrong, and then because he drove off, he shot at them. At what point was that vehicle or the people in that vehicle, the two guys, at what point did they threaten or cause anything where the copper could sit around and say that he was under likelihood of being killed? Whereas, there's no danger to him at all.
Right.
But,
Over here, I guess, we're under the thought pattern of that cop was recklessly dangerous, and he should be charged basically as such, that was reckless as endangerment for everybody in McDonald's. There was another car that was on the other side of him when he backed up. There was a red car that was right there too, and that policeman shooting could have got the dude, could have got the girl that's his passenger, could have got the dude that was in the front seat of another car that you couldn't see because that car was blocking it. But that in that aspect is that, yeah, that policeman, it's the same as me, as I can't blame the gun. I can't blame that going, he shouldn't have had a gun. People should be disarmed because of stupid people like that cop of recklessly endangering everybody. It's that you're right. That policeman had nothing other than he believed that person in that car, or not even the person in the car was somebody that eluded him like the day before or something, that he got in some kind of pursuit or something, but that car came into his memory as, hey, that car ran from me yesterday. So it took him even off the reason he was there at McDonald's. He went to McDonald's for a whole separate purpose, but seen that car, and it came into his memory that car ran from me. So that's why he went up there and just ripped the door open, just totally being an idiot without any other, because we over here think too that cop could have lost his life because the way he ripped that door open, if that person was a gun carrier, a firearms carrier, and somebody rips your door open like that, you should be lucky you're alive, because just in that aspect of putting fear into somebody, that cop could have got shot. And then who were they going to blame? Because he was so unprofessional, like you're saying. He just started fear on everybody.
Yeah, there's a couple of things which have held back. Firstly, that copper had only been a copper for 7 months in total. He'd come out of the academy, and he was working as his first time as a policeman. Now, the problem I've got with it is that although he's been dismissed from that force, he can go to another force and get a job.
I know, scary.
That's the scary bit for me. Second one, I don't think there was and this is where I talk about the responsibility of a gun carrier or holder, permit holder, whatever. There should be some sort of analysis done onto whether or not that person is of the right mind to have a gun, because it is the person holding the gun that shoots, not the gun itself, right?
Do they have an opinion over there that if you see, they test police, but if a policeman or somebody who applies to be a policeman tests too high on this test, they're not allowed to be a policeman because their mentality and the way that they think is too good. It's like too high to actually be a policeman, that they would actually.
Yes, so to speak, because if you've got a brain, you don't get in.
Right.
If they can follow orders, not question, they're able to cover up other people's mistakes, then yeah, they get in. Basically, if you like, but they did 6 months training or 6 months training or something like that. They're allowed out on the street. That's nowhere near.
10-4, am I coming through all right?
Sorry?
Am I coming through all right? I've swept up. Am I all right to come back up now, Master?
Master?
Master.
Well, you finally got it right then. Yeah, of course you have. Yeah, yeah. As long as you slept up properly. I did give you a couple of extra bristles.
Okay, yeah, I've worn them out now. But it's all nice and tidy down here now. Go, tell everybody the 14th.
Yeah, I will do.
Yeah,
if I remember.
others have joined. I've noticed. Right.
Sorry, you're breaking up, so you have to go back.
And concrete's blocking his signal.
Yeah, we're having a serious conversation. He's coming up. Really?
So what test are you talking about for yourself and your thoughts? What test other than that test that you have to be able to follow orders and cover up and lie and cheat and steal? What other test can you give them that they won't do something stupid like this guy did?
Well, that's the trouble. You've got a fight or flight scenario, right? Sometimes, right? That was just him being a brick, in my opinion. Excuse my French. He should never have got into the police force. He should have been weeded out before. The problem I got with that is something which you did say to, and that was somebody else could have got injured. Well, one of the passenger got injured as a result, and any one of the bullets could have ricocheted off the vehicle and hit an innocent bystander. The fact that he got distracted and allowed himself to be distracted from his original call meant that whatever was going on never got dealt with. So, yeah, I'm highlighting one point. That's all.
But you're highlighting a good point, and that's his ego. That's what with a lot of police, to have that job, you have to have an ego. You have to have that aggressive attitude towards yourself. It's almost like a requirement, or you won't be able to do the job. And that's exactly what got in his way. What caught him off guard, or what affected that whole situation, was his ego. That car ran from me yesterday. I'm getting that instead of doing what I came here for.
Yep. Good point there, Kim. The copper who raped and killed Sarah Everard. They are few and far between. However, they still exist. These psychotic killers.
Yeah, which one are you going to get when it's your turn?
Exactly. Yeah, I'm. As I say, this is the problem that I have with real. It's not with the guns; it's with the people who own the guns. There's a strict criteria in the UK to have a gun license. They don't always get it. But sometimes, you've got to take that chance and you've got to look at it from a point of view. I mean, there was an old guy. When I say old, he was older than Granddad, not by much. But he was out in the farm. He was a farmer, and two guys decided that they were going to try and either rustle some of the animals or break into the property. Anyway, he had a shotgun, and he warned them that they had a shotgun. And because they were running away when he fired, right, which was a warning shot, one of them got injured and he was charged with attempted manslaughter, I think it was. And it went to court. It took a long time to get through our judicial system over here. It got to Crown Court, and the guy was found not guilty because the argument was that he had the right to defend, and he warned, and it was just an accident that one of them got hit by the little ball bearings out of the shotgun. It wasn't a modified shotgun. He hadn't done anything. He kept it perfectly legit, and it was there. He had it so that he could look after the foxes, shall we say, etc. Right? So he's got a legal reason to have it. He didn't use it in a way which was threatening other than to defend, and he's got the right to defend his property in the middle of nowhere, I would have thought. I just thought that the cop has made a massive mistake in even charging the guy, to be honest. I didn't think he did anything wrong. I thought he was. I didn't think he was guilty. There was no intent. Where what we just saw was an intent to injure someone. There's a difference. Because there's no reason for that copper to draw his gun. So it is down to the individual. But I mean, I don't know whether they should have analysis tests and things like this. But I suppose at the end of the day, the only person who can make a decision as to whether or not they're going to draw the gun or not, and to be an aggressor, is the person who is holding the gun.
That's why one of the reasons why too is that people cry to get rid of qualified immunity, because that the people like that policeman that now can be fired from there but go into the next district or whatever and get a job is like, no, he can't get qualified immunity from doing that. That's a terrible thing that he did. You can't, as a mistake and going qualified immunity. Everybody in those positions that take a test that you can't test too smart as, is that all of a sudden they get qualified immunity for everything that they tested too low for. It's like that system's bound to fail. And then to go, well, in that aspect, the last thing we have to do is go, well, if we get rid of the guns, it takes stupid out of the equation. And it's like, not really, because you have to be stupid to be in that equation anyway. It's never going to take stupid out of the equation.
Yeah, I mean, this is it. This is the problem. I mean, let's look at it from a point. I mean, Spooky's said something there. The day the police get qualified immunity in the UK is the day we become a fascist country like America. I don't agree that America's a fascist country, but I do understand where you're coming from. I don't think that it's right that anyone should have any sort of immunity from being prosecuted. If you've done something wrong, you've done something wrong. And you should be prosecuted for it. And it should be down to a jury, in majority of cases, to decide whether you're guilty or not, based on the evidence. I mean, I saw that. I've got my own opinion, and I think that if there was any charges, it would be potentially attempted murder, because that's what it is from my opinion.
Right, and everybody else gets reckless endangerment because he put a lot of people in danger doing that. He tried to kill
well, reckless endangerment is I mean, I'm not sure how it would work over here, but either way, the guy is wrong for doing what he did. He should be prosecuted under whatever. You with me? He shouldn't be allowed to work as a policeman anywhere. One thing which we do have, we have a list of officers who, when they're sacked from their job, are put on the blacklist, so they cannot join any force. At least they communicate, although they're running separately. At least there is a communication. So it's difficult for them to get another job. You with me? But over in the States, they can just move to another state. Their history does not follow them. It's only if they get found out that they've lied on their application, and then that's against policy. And this is where policy stroke law comes into conflict with each other. The guy didn't get sacked because he did something wrong. From a legal perspective, he got sacked because he went against policy. The other scenario we were talking about, where the guy with the penknife got shot with 38 bullets, their chief of police turned around and said that the police officers reacted with deadly force because they were under threat of danger. I can't work that one out.
Do they have a union over there too, like it is here? Like
They
they
have
say that, like in our town, they would claim that the mayor is really over the police, and they go, man, if you have a problem with the police, go talk to the mayor. But what people keep failing to realize is there's a union person, there's a whole group of people between the mayor, the elected official, and the actual police department and police actual person in uniform. There's a whole union in between there.
Yeah, we have, well, the police have their own union, federation of police officers. We have, if you've got a complaint about the police, you go to the, in quotes, independent body, who investigate the police, which is funded by the police, which works for the police and very rarely comes to the right decision. Some of the police complaints council, I think it is, off the top of my head. But when a policeman is, or policewoman is found guilty, and they're usually told, well, we would have dismissed them if they hadn't have already resigned.
Oh, because I was going to ask you that. Did they just resign instead of getting fired?
Some of them get the luxury of being able to retire before the outcome, therefore they will still get their pension. Because they realise they fucked up, they realise they've got nowhere to go. But the chances of them being prosecuted at a later date is quite slim. And if they are, then it's even slimmer if they actually get any jail time. You usually get a slap on the wrist. There are some that will, depending on what the crime. You know, like the guy who killed Sarah Everett, he's serving long term, but he'll be protected. You know, he'll go onto a protection wing, so or he'll be in total isolation. But the parents of the people, of Sarah, of anybody who commits an act so serious, and I will leave, I'll put into there any form of sexual act, even people who are physically or mentally abused, they live with that the rest of their lives. Whereas the person who committed the crime, they go and do the time, and as far as I can say, well, I've done my time, I don't have to worry about it now, I'm a free person. Because the law says that.
Right, but they don't get to keep, like if a regular person did it, and I worked for a company and whatnot, and something happened within that company or that corporation, and I did whatever, and I did time for it for doing something wrong, to think that, it's whether or not I can just resign or retire and not have to deal with the repercussions from it, but then still collect a pension and still collect, to the point of people nowadays can say something wrong. They can just lose control of themselves at like a mall or out in public, and somebody record it. And then it's like they go to work on Monday and they're like, sorry, we've seen what you did to this person on your own time out in public. We're terminating you from our company and you're no longer employed.
Yeah. There's a few people who I've known in over the years where their political point of view has been found out by the people they work for, and one way or another they found a way of getting rid of them because they don't want to be associated with it.
And that's what it's really weird, because you find that that's got nothing to do with their job. In that aspect of that catch-22 is how the policemen or the police women, the police officers or whoever, they get that out in that system of the union, and that system of that it's almost like a blanket, a cover over them that will keep them warm and fuzzy until it gets yanked too far off of them, where they end up having to do some time or something. Where They're actually in service to the people who something totally different happens to those people.
Yeah, yeah. Zara B, hi, welcome. United we stand, divided we fall, organised gangs. Well, we've got an organised gang in the UK. There's a couple of them. One is the Blue Line gang, which is becoming internationally famous now. And you've also got the government, who's also a gang. While we argue amongst ourselves over which tribe is it's been put earlier is right or wrong, they're laughing at us all the way, and that's what I said earlier, and I'm not going to retract that at all. If we don't organize ourselves, if we don't come together, we are always going to be on the losing end, and we're not YouTube is, if you think about YouTube, we were talking earlier on about terms of service, but if you think about it, why are the terms of service? The terms of service are there to keep us in check so that we don't get organized. There's a difference, you know. I mean, I'm not talking about the political side of things so much. I'm just talking about us as human beings coming together and working against our oppressors. But there is a danger that we might become oppressors in the process, because some people may not see it the same way and use that against us. Some you win, some you lose.
Power corrupts thing.
Yeah, yeah. Power corrupts everything.
Right. So when you were talking, do they do juries by trial over there?
Yes, we do. We have Crown Court.
And when people talk about gangs and things like that and the influence of gangs, it's like me personally to go, we getting together. But see, me personally, if I ever had to go to a jury trial, my first thing would be finding out who supports the Blue Line, because those people can be on a jury. And if you're against a policeman or something and they've been indoctrinated, or how they're doing all these parades and everything for, you know, the Blue Line and all of this, and all these people who have that thought in their mind, they're liable to be sitting on a jury against you. And if people don't realize that if they're going before a jury thinking, man, I want to go before a jury of my peers, that's a reality. Those are gangs. And if you ever have to do that, just my personal put out to anybody listening is figure out a way to find out if they are actually a belonger or a supporter of that gang, because they're not a jury of your peers. They will not be a jury of you, and you're liable to be found guilty just for their connection in their brain and their way of thinking for that Blue Line gang. They'll vote against you no matter what the testimony, what the witnesses are, what the proof is. You'll get voted against just because of that gang membership.
Yeah. I mean, there's something which, I mean, we're touching on the Blue Line gang now. I'm not a supporter of any national flag, because that would make me a nationalist. But I respect the fact that people or countries have their own flag. You've got the Stars and Stripes, we've got the Union Jack over here. What I object to is it being used and being defaced by the police, and them turning around and saying it's there because it's for the fallen who have gone before, who trying to protect blah 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 blah. Well, get your own sodding flag. Don't deface the national flag, because there's people who have died for that flag countless times in wars, etc., and defending what at the time, all right, granted, they may have been told that they had to go and fight, but that's beside the point. I'm not getting onto that. Their belief is that they believed in freedom. They believed that they were doing the right thing, and you've got to respect that at the end of the day. And by defacing the flag and putting a blue line across it, or changing the colour so that it suits their narrative, to me is an insult to every single person who is fought under that colour of flag.
Do you think that, now just in listening to you, I was remembering some of those videos that that over there, right, they still have that Union Jack, but there's like a blue line that goes through it, right?
That's what I'm referring to. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's
And you
almost
got the
like,
same with the Stars and Stripes flag. Your
right.
flag.
So in that atmosphere, it's like, because over here it's like I try to get people, if I'm having a communication with them, to stop calling the police the sovereign citizens, because you're following their train of thought, because that's what that emblem, I believe, in my thought pattern of what they're trying to get across, is that they're the sovereign citizens. They're taking over their possession of the land, claiming we're the sovereign. This is our flag. Our flag, because you said the Union flag, or whatever that is, the national flag represents the fallen of the life givers for the sustainability of people's rights and thoughts to have freely. Is they're taking that over with their going, this represents the fallen. It's a false pretense to that people would call it a desecration of the flag. I don't think they're really desecrating that flag. They're claiming theirs is superior to it. So I don't know if that means it's like doing away with that flag, but they're claiming they're sovereign over that flag. That flag is meaningless to them, if that's what you mean by desecration, that they're really, that's their own.
Yeah, what they're doing is they're taking it over and reinventing it to fit their own narrative and ignoring what it's all about, what it's there for. Legalized thugs, they are. Totally agree. Governments are legalized thugs, and they've got the police as their stormtroopers. But I'm not a nationalist. I'm not one of these people who would turn around and say, "Oh, the Union Jack," or if it was only in America, the Star Spangled Banner. Or what? Excuse my ignorance, but the American flag, right?
Right.
To me, it's not about that. That's a symbolism. Okay, I accept that. But there's people who have gone to war. And the biggest war we had we've had two, sort of like the First World War and the Second World War, right? Many people have died under that flag, protecting us as a nation, protecting our rights from fascists, right? That's the difference. And I have to have respect for those people, because some of them they were conscripted, they were forced into it because they had no choice. However, they went willingly.
Are the people in charge? Aren't the people in charge now? Like you say, you're not a nationalist, which to me, I find that understandable or knowledgeable, because how can we call that in that understanding ago, and that's I can't even get that word right because I don't say it too much, but that the national flag has been desecrated too, because the people that are now like honoring that flag or standing in front of it aren't really honoring what all of those people fell for in the first place. They died because they stopped the fascists. But if you look at the reality that we're living in, then the people that are in charge are desecrating that flag. And to not be a nationalist, because I was wondering that, because it's like now if I'm out in public and I'm in any kind of gathering and they're like, stand up for the Pledge of Allegiance, remove your hats and everything, I find my way to the restroom. You know what I mean? I just find my way to the restroom, because it's like, no. And it's not, and people give me a hard time and go, why ain't you doing this? And why ain't you standing up? And because that's not part of me. It's just not part of me. It may have been part of me back in the day, but the way it is now is that flag is like, it's not a flag anymore for the country. It's a banner that a corporation is flying to represent itself. It's no longer anything for a country. It's being used as a banner to represent a corporation. It's like the flag of the United States. It's not the flag of our country. It's a flag of an incorporated entity now. It's a banner that's placed out in front of a corporation. It's no longer a company. It's been desecrated into a corporation.
Yeah, but I don't. But yeah, but I mean, I'll say I've got the greatest respect for the people who, in the past, have died for what they believed was they were fighting for freedom. At the end of the day, I've got so much respect for them as individuals, as people who've gone before me. The differences between me and them is I've come into the modern era. All right, I'm an old boring old fart, but I'm using modern technology to talk about what I believe in. It's only what I believe in, not what other people believe in. And I'm not saying that everybody should believe in what I believe in. You may believe in something similar, but you're not going to be identical. I don't want clones of me. I don't want clones of anyone. I want people to have the freedom to think for themselves. You know, I don't never ever want that to be taken away. You know, look at something and decide whether it's right or wrong yourself. You know, and you know, hello, Mallow. It's nice to see you. Come on up if you want. You can try and convince me to get Grandad out of the dungeon. So many people have tried and so many people have failed.
The Granddad looks different out of the dungeon than he does in the dungeon.
Yeah, well, that's because he gets a chance to put his face on.
Yeah, as he's all.
I don't know what I'm going to do on the 31st of October. He won't be able to get that foundation because Ready Mix aren't delivering. But he can go out in public.
Have you heard that? Have you heard? Have you heard that story? I don't know if it's made it across there. I don't say a story, but that news about there was a police officer and he was going to do a training, and the training was going to be, hey, we're going to train you to operate yourself or find yourself what control you'll have in a mob mentality. So we're going to put you in this training, and we're going to have all these other police officers mob bum rush you. And they're just going to beat you up. It's a training exercise, right? So they end up. Are you there?
Okay. Sorry. I just. Why would anybody agree to that?
It was training. It's like the blue line thing. It's like, hey,
right.
It's training. But they found out that this guy was investigating. His job was investigating this thing that happened. It was like a gang RAPE of somebody. And one of those police officers that were going to be in the mob that beat this dude up in this training exercise was actually implicated in it. Well, this officer ended up like, they beat him to death. And it's like, that's what happens within that gang atmosphere of, it's almost like the same thing in the military. It's like, I don't diminish what all of those people thought that they were fighting for or what they were actually fighting for. I mean, because I wasn't there. I'm not saying that they gave their life for nothing, and I'm not saying they weren't tricked into doing it or whatever. They gave their life willingly. So I find no fault in that, and I don't find wrong in them for it. It's just that, there's a lot of that same gang mentality that, it happens in the police, it happened in the military, it happens in all of those specialized forces, because that's why they're called forces, because they're all about force. It's specialized forces, and it's about implementing their will upon somebody else, and why they do it, and what's in their heart is in their heart, and that's what they take with them. And I don't disagree with you having any I don't know if relevance is too big of a word, but an understanding that they did what they thought they had to do, and they did it. So in that, I can't be a nationalist, I can't be all of that stuff either. And it's like, it's kind of like, this is going to go a little bit off the subject, but they talk about taking prayer out of the school, like around in places as people don't agree with it. And they go, man, there's a separation between church and state. Get the prayer out of the school. So they take the prayer out of the school. So they say, and I tell them, I said, you haven't removed prayer from the school. And they go, yes, we have. And I said, no, you're doing a pledge of allegiance every day. You're praying. That's a prayer you're praying to the flag of a corporation, of a thing, that's still a prayer. They haven't really removed prayer from school because that's an indoctrination within itself. They don't want to indoctrinate children into, let's say, and believing there's an entity to pray to, but they're actually praying to an entity, that there's no separations in those things. So I'll stop there because I don't want to go too far off track, but it's all an indoctrination on, clearing our mind to being set free from that.
Outlaw, I actually think that's funny. I think it's funny that Navy SEALs think they're amazing, and then they see the SAS and realise the truth. I'm not getting into that, but it is funny. I just want to say hi to Purple Spliff. Thank you for dropping in. You know you're always welcome. We've been having a great chat with The Fallen. Earlier on, we had the Christian Magician in, which was fun. I've got to admit, Pork Chops, hiya. Hope you enjoyed your holiday. I want to catch up with you sometime. I think that we've gone through a lot of subjects. I must admit, first time talking to you, been a fantastic opportunity. I think we've talked through some amazing things, to be honest, and that little video I thought brought a few things together as well. Richard, nice to see you. I'm not closing down just yet, folks. Grandad's still got a little bit of time left to do. It's I've just had a look in and if he's going to be going elsewhere next Friday, I want that dungeon to be just about right. Don't even think about it, Grandad. Back you go, please. Come on. Down. Good boy. It's been a blast. So is there anything that you want to go back over, Fallen?
You got my curiosity just in a thing because of what you were saying about postponing next week's show. Is like, has that other? Did you say ghost? Like somebody's going to go like in pursuit of a ghost and try to catch him?
Not exactly. I'm supporter of an up and coming paranormal investigation channel, and normally we don't get a clash, but unfortunately, because of where they're going and the way that you get together, it's going to clash. So rather than me doing a show, I'd rather support them. And if I did do a show, it might be a restream. I'm not sure. I'll have to think about that one between now and next week and have a chat to them. I don't want to take any views away from them because they are up and coming. And I know there's people in here who like to go over there, and it's a bit of a conflict of interest. So I might move the show to another day. I still want to do it. I did try it on a Saturday. It didn't quite work. So I might do a show on the Sunday for a few hours, start a little bit earlier. Sorry, you're not coming through properly.
I said, stop making me feel guilty. Well, it's this dungeon, isn't it? It's echoey.
No, you're squeaking.
Oh, right. Right.
Anyway,
yes.
your opinion, when I want your opinion, Grandad, I'll give it. But until then, do you mind? Thank you. You can tell we're best of friends, can't you?
Yes.
He's put me off then. You git.
No, but that's okay. One of the last things, though, that to go over the things that we talked about is like it's just I wonder if people and it's really consider about being forced into contracts they don't consent to, and that they may have more rights than they think they have. That in being forced into those contracts, because I know that they do that here with registrations. It's like If you don't register it, you get pulled over. And then if they tell you to go register it, they find you penalties because you didn't do it on time. So it's that same fear that I think runs through, like, about the gas or the electric. It's like just constant fear to control people into doing what is expected of them under a slave system, kind of like. Is because, yeah.
So earlier on, we were talking about it, and there was a comment that came out. I just thought it just went. My brain's going dead these days. Right. So if someone is providing a service, there are terms and conditions. Okay. Fairly makes sense. You know, you pay on time, etc. Right. The way that we allowed so many years ago, right? That in relation to when the motor car first came out, we didn't have things like MOT certificates to make sure that they were roadworthy. We didn't have tax because they were so expensive. Only the rich people could afford to have somebody walking in front of them with a red flag. When the motor car became more accessible to people, the government came upon this idea of how to make money. And that is what it's all about. They put these things into place. You want to have a motor vehicle, you want to be able to drive, that's not a problem, but you have to do it through us. And we're going to make sure, because we're going to put a law in place. If you want to have a motor vehicle, you've got to register it, which allows us to introduce regulations, laws about how you drive. Now, some of those laws I agree with, not from a point of view of them being a law, but if you take to a vehicle, drive a vehicle, and you are under the influence of whether it be prescribed or otherwise of drugs, or you've been drinking, you should not be in charge of that vehicle. Because there's a likelihood you could cause damage to somebody else or to somebody else's property.
And you know that way that they would do that, right? In that same way of thinking is to go, you're correct. So let's put a roadblock up and let's stop every single person and start demanding their effects, their papers. Let's make roadblocks, and we're going to claim it's for safety of drunk people, right? But then the people will be like, that's good, that's good, that's good. Yeah, but everybody's not a drunk. Well, no worries, no worries. But then they claim that same thing about policemen. They go, oh, but they're not all bad. And it's like, well, which way do you want it? You know, when they start in their mentality is going, yeah, because a drunk person shouldn't get behind a car or shouldn't get behind the wheel and operate a vehicle. That's absolutely true. But look at the people who are getting beaten up, and they're not even drunk, and they're getting beaten up at roadblocks, but people will say, but all police ain't that bad. And it's like they haven't figured out that same thought process in their head has to apply across the board, that those roadblocks aren't good. Those roadblocks don't serve for safety.
We very rarely have roadblocks over here in relation to drunk drivers. They have campaigns, right? And mainly, for some reason, I think December is the time to have a campaign around drunk driving. But if it takes one drunk driver off the road, right, before they injure someone, then that's fine. Should they be dependent on alcohol, then I think before they should be allowed to have access to a vehicle, they need to prove that they no longer have that reliance. Because sooner or later, statistically, they're going to injure someone, or they're going to kill themselves, you know, or worse, somebody else.
And I think a person should be responsible within themselves, because, you know, if they have to go on a breathalyzer.
People aren't. In America, I think it's
They
in
have to
America they're
blow on a
doing it.
breathalyzer that takes their measures their alcohol within their breath, and their car won't be allowed to start if it blows over this thing. I mean, it's like that. Some measures are good in that aspect of the understanding that. But if I was to ask you that if they had a campaign against drunk drivers and safety, that if it gets one drunk driver off the road and they went and they wanted to human train around Parliament, would the police let that chain happen, but not let a chain happen around Parliament that would human change to free Julian Assange? Like, who gets to make the decision on, well, that human chain can happen, but we're not going to allow this human chain because that one's for saving people from a drunk driver, but this one's not allowable because this guy put information out into the public. It's like,
to me, there shouldn't be a difference. You should treat either and both exactly the same, whichever way it is. Right?
Right.
So that's the way I see it. Right. But there's a lot of people who would turn around and say, oh, well, one's political, one isn't. No, they're both political. It's just two different subjects.
That's right. They're both personal. They both have to deal with,
I make a personal choice, and this is just me. If I have a drink the night before, a can, even if it's one can of alcohol, of lager, beer, as you would call it, right? I won't drive the following day.
Oh, you go that far, right? Or
Because
does it
I agree
matter the
with
hours?
I don't. I agree with a zero. You have one. If you drink, your driving could be affected, right? As a human being, I couldn't. I would feel responsible if I had an accident, regardless of whether I was at fault and someone got seriously injured or worse, right? It's just something I couldn't do. It's, I mean, I've been driving for the last 30, 40 years or so, right? And I've never had an accident which has been caused by myself. I've never drunk, and I've never driven in such a way that I'm likely to cause any issues for any other driver because of the way I was taught to drive. I'm not saying I've never gone over the speed limit because I think everybody does sometime. And I'm only talking in my situation, probably maybe 1 or 2 miles over. But as soon as I've realised, I slowed down because that is a limit which I did personally deem as being safe. Not because the law says so, it's because if I'm in the built-up area, there could be children running across roads, etc. So I'm going to slow down. And you know what really annoys me? When I got the Muppet behind me, beeping the horn to the me to go faster in a built-up area. It's like, are you for real or what?
Yeah. I was going to ask you what happens when you get in that system of safety and somebody behind you, because it's like over here, it's like there's a speed limit and they claim the speed limit is for safety, but we think it's more of a regulation to start imposing taxes. It's like speed limit 70. That's what we want to post it at for revenue. Anything over 70, even though it'd be safe because this is going through the desert and it's a straight line road, that anything over 70 is a revenue point. That's when we can start making money off of people that are still traveling safely, because they can do 80 on this road. It's like the police do it all the time. They'll do 100, they'll do 90, but somehow we're regulated to 70 as a revenue point that you can also drive too slow. It's like
Right.
somebody can get on there and go.
All right. I'll ask you this question then. Right. You've got somebody who's doing 70, right, on a straight road, highway, motorway over here, yeah, and they've not been overtaken, but they're in an overtaking lane, shall we say? Okay, right, and you've got someone doing 90 or 100 plus down the same road. Who is the dangerous driver? The one doing 70 or the one doing above?
The one that's not paying attention.
Right.
It's
And
going to
that would
be
be
the
the
one
one
who's not
doing
paying
it.
attention.
Yeah. This is opinionated, right? Because it's also hypothetical, right? The one traveling at such a high speed cannot react quick enough as the one who's in front. So the one who's in front is keeping an eye on their mirrors and seeing who's behind, as well as what's going on in front, right? Then that person should theoretically move out the way. Self-preservation.
Right. Okay.
Because that guy who's coming up at 90 plus behind him is not going to brake in time.
It's called defensive driving in some aspect, right? Your kind of self-preservation is defensive driving.
Yes.
I see this idiot. I'm getting out of the way. He can still blaze at 90, but I pulled
He can
over.
do what the hell he likes. If he wants to get caught, he wants his license taken off him. That's down to them, not down to me. What's down to me is my safety. I am responsible for me, nobody else.
Right.
Unless I've got people in the car.
Right.
Then it's,
So it's like
they
that
are my
guy behind you.
responsibility.
So that guy that's behind you flashing his beamers at you like speed up, it has a negative effect on you.
Well, it means that I will move out of the way to let them go. They're actually impeding me. However, I'd rather be impeded than be dead.
Right. I get it, because it's like a mental thing. It's because it's. I mean, I guess over there in I'm not sure where it is, but I know. Guess it's Germany where that Autobahn is. You know,
Yes.
I'm watching YouTube videos of people just blazing, and it's like it's even legal there. But it ends up being the person that isn't paying attention, because it's like if you know that you're in that situation where you know that, man, somebody can be doing 120. Why would I pull into that left lane without, and it's like it's a dangerous situation, but, talk about relying on people to, like behave themselves or be conscious of the situation they're in. And a lot of people go throughout their day without that same kind of thing of like, man, if I was on the Autobahn, how would I have to take this next step forward and this next step forward? And like the same way with interactions with police and like auditors find themselves in, it's like that understanding or that wonderment within themselves of how am I going to press forward in this situation without getting, hammered by somebody coming up on me at 100. And that's usually the cop that's coming at you at 100.
Yes. But it's okay for them, even if they're not using the lights and the horns, because they're protected, because they've got that seal of approval on them. They can do whatever they like because the law doesn't affect them. They are their own law.
Right. That's why when people say, that's why earlier in the conversation when I was going, man, I try to get people to stop calling them sovereign citizens, because that's what they're trying to represent themselves as. And as long as normal people are like auditors, I'd see auditors doing it going, yeah, y'all are really the sovereign citizens. It's like, man, stop saying that, because they're enjoying that, because that's how they want you to perceive them as sovereign over you and everybody else.
I think in a lot of cases, though, it's said tongue in cheek. They're being sarcastic, but there are maybe some people who may believe that, and I think that's the issue. As an individual, suppose you could say I was sovereign. You with me?
Right.
I mean, I don't see myself as being sovereign. I just see myself as being me, But what I'm trying to get at there is, if you show, do you have respect for the law? The lawful acts, yes. For people imposing law that is not, that shouldn't be law, I should say, then no. Do I believe that we should have the right to do what we want? Yes, as long as it's not causing any issues for anybody else. You're not bullying somebody. You're not causing any physical harm, mental harm. You're not stealing from them. you're not taking their property away from them, then there shouldn't be any issues.
The thing that I was just thinking about when you're saying that is like we were talking about school and learning, and it's almost like if we were really taught according to how the system expects us to be and to react, is like when they say ignorance is no excuse from the law. It's like, man, I didn't know that. No excuse. You're being punished. There's a punishment for it. No excuse. Maybe this is the way that you need to be taught. And it's like, no, there would never be time for any other thing in the school system if they taught us according to what's going to be expected of us, that if we're ignorant to in the future in our lives going forward, and we're not taught it, but claiming you get to learn it through punishment, is that there's all this policy is like, how many hours a day is like a child or moving forward through like middle schools and high schools would you have to be putting this policy knowledge into your brain so that when you're out amongst the corporation that you're not getting hammered and violated, claiming that you violated this policy of the corporation that you work for. It's like we're constantly corporate employees getting violations for things that we don't agree with or we never knew. Because how can you be fined and found guilty and punished for something that you never knew existed? But to claim ignorance doesn't get you a defense to that. I didn't know that. Too bad.
Yeah, well, that's the way it is. Unfortunately, ignorance is not a defense. Because at the end of the day, it is down to you to find this information out. I think it's slightly unfair, but I mean, I've worked for the same company, different owners, but same company, for many years. And every time there's a new company or a new company takes over, there's new policy, right? Best of it is, I know their policy better than they do. So when somebody turns around and says, "Oh, you've done this wrong, you've done that wrong," I go, "Well, where does it say it in the policy?" Because their policy is law in that framework. So if it doesn't say it, it can't be against it.
Right, and that's
the logic.
Right, the misconception that policy is law is that.
But in a private company, it is. They have to adapt to the law of the land, but in their little bubble, because they're their employees, they have to follow their rules, their policy. So from that sort of point of view, it is law, so to speak.
Right.
So
that's why I would never get mad at the Christian magician or whatever, is because the base law that he would rule himself on would be those 10 commandments, that basic law of the land, of that even if you don't really believe in it, and that's why people go, well, I don't have to believe in a magic wizard in the sky to understand basic morality, or that doesn't prove I'm immoral, because those laws are that similar to like whether they were given as 10 commandments. And that's one reason why I could never dismiss in that aspect of what he's saying, because that still relates within like the heart of man to do right and understand. I can't just murder people within themselves.
I would agree with you, but I would also point out that some religions prey on individuals. They rip them off, they indoctrinate them, they force them to give their earnings to them. If you want to be in our gang, you've got to give us 50% of your money, etc.
Sounds like the government.
If you want to work for us, we're going to pay you peanuts. Thank you very much, but it's our law, it's our way, this is how we behave. And then you've got people who go out on the internet. It used to be TV shows more in the States. Donate to this, donate to that, donate to me, my religion. I am your pastor, I am your reverend, blah, 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 whatever. You with me? And then when something is done which is wrong, and I'm not going to mention any religion directly because it would be unfair on the innocent, but when they do something wrong to their parishioners, to the families of their parishioners, right, to their children, it's all covered up and they move from one place to another. Nothing happens.
But those are actually men doing that.
It's
Those
a
are actually
cover up.
humans. That's not the religion, or that's not, let's just say, a lot of people do that. Wars have started for that, and all those things that you're saying are true. And then people categorize them into cults and go, well, a cult does this, and this is how you can tell a cult from a non-cult. But people don't seem to recognize that families are cults. There's so many cults in the world that people don't even recognize. Man, a relationship is a cult. Every so it's like a culture. It's the same thing. It's like there's all kinds of cults out there, whether they're religious, family, tribal. It's like everybody expects that. Sometimes it's like that. It's like if your friend's like low on funds, man, and he's about to get turned off, that he would come to you and go, hey, front me some cash, and he'll get it back to you. It's like wondering sometimes if people understand that the concept of tithe. It's like people do it all the time. People are tithing all the time, but if somebody said the word tithe and go, hey, it's written that you should give 10% of your income as a tithe, it's like people find a fault in that to an exception to, but not realize that they actually do it. That your neighbor, your family, somebody comes to you and asks for a cup of sugar is like, that's a thing within like the universe that allows that coming together and that gathering of community and consciousness of doing good and doing what's right and not harmful is that same kind of concept. It's like, it's easy to agree with that there's a magical person in the sky, but there's also an agreement that your statement of we need to come together, we need to be a community, we need to be of a like mind, and it's like, because that's what we were created for. We were put in charge of this planet. There's nobody more in charge than us in a mental capacity. I mean, we can get eaten by animals all day long, but if we never came together in a capacity to use our thinking skills and defending ourselves from it, building houses, like you said, castles, we would have we couldn't rise as a population.
I agree. But I mean, as I say, there's just, I don't know. I mean, just watching someone in the chat there as well. Humor over the years has changed, right? Now you can't say things that a few years ago, I'm only going back, to the 70s again and into the 80s, where you could watch a program, take it at face value and laugh at it because it's funny. Not because it singles anybody out, but now you've got the PC lot, the political correctness, right, who's ruined humour because someone might be offended. Which reminds me of when you talk over here, when you talk to a copper and you start swearing at them because you're a little bit agitated because of the way that they're talking down to you, right? And they turn around to you and say, someone might have heard that, might. Therefore, we're going to arrest you for disturbing the peace or using language in a public place or causing whatever, you with me, whatever trumped up law they come up with, right? And to me, it's the same thing which has happened with good comedy. There is no such thing as good comedy anymore. It's too politically correct for me, but I'm old school. I still find things funny, even when I know in today's society they shouldn't be. It's like keeping Granddad down in a dungeon. if he'd have been female, mind you, I don't know, he could be. No, if he was female, right, I would be
Misogynist?
ostracized. You know, if it, how dare you? Not only are you a slave driver, but you're keeping a woman down. Blah blah blah. You know,
It's like that same thing. It's like mind control. It's that it's the same concept of wondering about that mind control and how to think. It's like, man, I want to say this because it's funny in this situation, but and then you have to think, oh, geez, who's around me? And well, I have a job Monday because somebody recorded me just joking. That's just a joke. And then be like, oh, I'm turning it in. I'm going to go in front of all these people. I'm going to broadcast it all over here. And it's all to your detriment because somebody can't take a joke.
oh, by the way, just for those people who are a little bit confused, there's a comment there by the Grim Reaper Radio show. Yeah, you're so right, Grim, about comedy. I did not write that. That's Grandad pissing around downstairs in the dungeon, thinking he's clever.
Because people will talk about bullying's bad. I mean, there'd be a campaign against bullying. Campaign against bullying. Bullying's really bad. Bullying's really bad. How do people not get that this attack on comedy and this attack on speech is bullying people? It's bullying people out of their right to be funny. It's just a bunch of bullying. It's attacking people. It's harassing them for a joke. It's like, where did the campaign for against bullying go? Because that's all this is just people getting together and bullying people around.
Because the people who accused others of being bullied are now the ones doing the bullying. Sassy, great to see you. Thank you so much for coming over.
And it's like if they didn't like it, if they didn't like being bullying, that's almost how you can, that's like me personally and something within myself that I can find if a person's really being honest and true within themselves so I can understand them as a true person is if they don't really like something and something really drives them nuts, they will never do it themselves. They just won't. If somebody comes in, man, I can't stand a bully. I can't stand it. I'll stand up to a bully. And then you watch them or somehow they're bullying somebody in that same aspect is like they're just saying that because they became that person within themselves. It's like I don't like beating on my spouse. I can't stand it. I don't like to get beat on by my spouse. So if I go around to somebody else or I get married again and beat up on my spouse and claim, man, my spouse used to beat me all the time, man. All the time. I couldn't do nothing right. And I find myself beating on somebody else. That's all. Everything's untrue. They're actually that person. I've heard it a lot going, confession by projection. I've heard that a lot lately that, to start watching and see if people are actually confessing by their projecting that they're putting out.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. I mean, at the end of the day, whatever they say is that's a load of BS. You're always going to be that person, just because, right, if somebody picks on you, right, and it affects you with me?
Yes.
So, yeah, I'm a little bit disheartened, to say the least, when I hear about people who claim to be bullied. And I say claim because, yeah, all right, I'm not saying that they aren't, but does that give you the excuse or the reason to go after others that are bullied? Or to become the bully?
Right, because you can
hear about people turn around and say that all auditors are nothing but bullies. I disagree. But
yeah, they claim it was done to me, so I have the right to do it to other people. It's kind of like you would never do it to other people. People bully me and somebody be bullying me and I'd be like, hey, I don't dig that. And if we're going to be friends, I don't dig this bullying atmosphere and attitude you're putting towards me to get me to comply. And so they come back to me and go, hey, let me show you something on Facebook. Look, it says here on Facebook, I bully my friends. It's like, look, it's a term of endearment. That look, people bully each other as a term of endearment. Like really good friends will bully each other. They'll call them names or do whatever, how guys do and stuff like that. And some of that is okay, but if a bully is trying to claim that it's a term of endearment to get you to believe that bullying's okay, and if they didn't care about you, they wouldn't be beating your butt because you burnt the green beans.
Yeah. Grandad, as you're the one who's writing in my name, I think you can give your own answer. Lend me £100.
Because I think bullying's raised its head really high, and it's whether or not people are recognize it or not, but it's actually just a severe form of bullying. It's just like when they come over here, they got this thing against Democrats and Republican and making it, like a MAGA deal. And whether it's Republican or not, it's still a mindset that infiltrates even into people's personal lives. Is that what you said earlier was a great example of guilt by association.
Yeah.
Just being guilt by association. It's like, man, I didn't do squat. Yeah, but I seen you. Yeah. And it's like, that doesn't mean that's me. It just.
Well, I've got it's Caucasian Sasquatch. Hang on. Why didn't you stay?
You don't like
How
me.
you doing, mate?
I say, boy, you don't like me enough.
Nope, I'll put you in a dungeon.
What's up, brother?
I'm all right, mate. How are you?
I'm alive.
Well, that's
You're
a different
happy.
view. Usually we see you face on.
Yeah.
Or usually I do. There we go.
That's a bit better. I'm being invaded by the US folks. Could someone come and help me?
We're having a parade here tomorrow. So I had to go do all the preparatory stuff of getting all the things we need because they're going to shut down the roads for about 7 hours.
Why?
Parade.
Oh, right.
It's parade day.
For what?
Oh, okay.
Kaolin.
I have no clue what that means.
No, not do I.
It is a mineral. And they throw a big party every year about it.
Oh, right. Okay. So is it a little bit like Groundhog Day?
What's the
no, that's my
mineral
birthday.
for?
You see it always once a year.
Well, yeah, that's how birthdays work.
Oh, I thought he said it's a mineral, not a birthday.
It is. No. Kaolin is a mineral.
What's it used for? What's its good purpose?
It's the shiny stuff on paper. It's the chalky stuff in medicine.
That you get on an aspirin if you're putting it in your mouth?
Yep. You ever heard of kaopectate?
I sure have. Not in a long time, but
it's kaolin.
But kaopectate's actually.
Go ahead.
Is kaopectate like pure kaoli?
Not pure. There's some other stuff in it for a fact, but pretty much the active ingredient is kaolin. Yeah, yes, sir.
And what's that used for again?
It's the crusty stuff in pills, the white chalky stuff that all the pills are made of.
But what's kaopectate do? Is that a diuretic or something?
It keeps you from pooping your brains out, as I understand it. Which, because I live here, means I drink about 20% of that a day.
Is that to keep from pooping your brains out?
No, it's because it's in the water.
What do they put it in there for? Is it fluoride?
It's in the ground, and so we drink water.
Oh, it's actually
just there.
You drink
it's just
like
there.
well water?
Well, I don't anymore, but I grew up on well water. That's why my teeth fell out.
Because of kaoli or because of all the other minerals?
It might have had something to do with the meth.
Did you say meth?
That's what I said.
Is there methane in the groundwater?
I'm sorry, Grim. I think we may have gotten off script.
Absolutely. It's fine, don't worry.
My bad.
What script?
He said it wasn't scripted at the very beginning.
Yeah,
well, then I'm fine then. Yeah, no, man.
He does. Everything's scripted. Before I went on to Sasquatch's channel to do an interview, he told me exactly what I had to say, what I couldn't say, what was allowed, and everything else. It was like, what?
So you
and
ended
then
up
Graham
being
came
grandpa?
on anyway.
I still came on. Yeah, it's funny. I went off script. I don't know how many times.
All right, now you tell them all you're lying. I don't play them games.
Hang on a second. The people who tune in here, they've known about me for a long time. They know I never do anything scripted.
Right?
I keep getting told I need to as well.
Man, I can't even write a script.
I say if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Hey, we're still going on about bullies in the chat. We've had Biden mentioned, we've had Trump mentioned, and individuals. Hello, Smoky Joe. Didn't see you hop in there. I'm going blind. I should have gone to Specsavers. Grandad, you're not doing a good enough job. You should highlight the right people. So, Caucasian, you've got some lives. You've got some lives coming up, haven't you? Some new shows.
Not exactly. I have several premieres that I'm late putting out.
Right. Okay. Premieres.
Then I've been going back through some of my really, really early live streams, and looking for like all the really cool conversations that we had a year ago and stuff. I'm breaking them up into their topics, releasing them as like 5, 10, 20-minute videos, stuff like that.
Right. That's the reason why I keep seeing these notifications coming up.
Yeah.
That explains it.
But you know how
you're going to go back
is.
to doing lives?
I haven't stopped doing lives. It's just nobody's accepted a guest slot in about 3 weeks. I haven't had a single. Well, I've had like 2 emails, but it was in situations where I was in a live stream and like, email me now. Then I can send you some links and stuff. And then they don't respond to the email after the fact, but whatever.
Right. So
I've got about 600 hours of back content I've been needed to go through anyway. So I'm doing.
That's fair. We'll have a break for a bit. But listen, guys, in the chat, you want to promote yourselves. This guy is very good at getting to the nitty-gritty and giving you as much free speech as possible. Like I actually call it enough up to hang yourself, but he's very good at getting down to it, to nitty-gritty, and getting the best out of you. Hit him up to join him, and he's very flexible as well. So, if you're in the UK,
as a guest, you get to choose what day you want to do it and what time that day, provided I don't have jury duty or have to appear before God at Judgment Day or something like that.
Yeah, we don't want that one just yet.
Yeah, I'm not missing that
one. Yeah, you'd be late, but you won't miss it.
Right. Well, I'm late everywhere.
Yeah,
that's not true. Yeah. That's a total lie. Actually, I'm that guy that shows up 20 minutes early and watches y'all set up.
Yes. Yeah, it's something I hate is people who are late. That's one of the reasons why I never commit to a time until I know I can definitely do it at that time. And if there's any last minute arrangements,
everybody got a life, man. I understand somebody have something come up, but if it happens twice in a row, I'm probably not going to ask you back. That might have something to do with it. Did you know that YouTubers are flaky?
YouTubers are flaky.
YouTubers in general, as a breed, right? as a breed, they're flaky.
Oh, yes. Yes, I've noticed that, and they do all
But I'm
sorts
counting
of things.
myself amongst this too. I'm not counting myself out of it.
Hang on, we've got 2 Caucasian Sasquatches here now. Oh, Grandad sorted it.
Oh, I'm muted.
Totally confuses me, Dan.
Yeah, I'll try to show people where I'm going with it. I have found a source of non-copyright music. Would you like to hear my new theme song?
Yeah, go for it.
All right. This might come in a little hot. Hell, it might not work at all. I don't know. We're going to find out.
You won't see me stop, no, you won't see me quit. I'm gonna make it to the top if it's the last thing I did. Never catch me, man, I'm gone, cause I'll be working off the grid. Grinding through all the pain, I said I'd do it, and I did. I'm the type to work until my hands fucking bleed. I'm the type to fight when others falling to their knees. I'm the type to ask for more pain, give it please. Cause on the other side of pain is everything I fucking need. I got a hunger inside of me, a flame ignites entirely. I work daily quietly to build a perfect dynasty, a place where my mind is free from the chains of society. I take all anxiety and turn it to the finer things. Oh, don't take it slow, I got these places to go. I wanna grow, I wanna be something more, a different mode. I'll hit if I gotta go, cause I got something to show the world, and one day will know. You won't see me stop, no, you won't see me quit. I'm gonna make it to the top if it's the last thing I did. Never catch me, man, I'm gone, cause I'll be working off the grid. Grinding through all the pain, I said I'd do it, and I did. I'm the type to work until my hands fucking bleed. I'm the type to fight when others fall into their knees. I'm the type to ask for more pain, give it please. On the other side of pain is everything I fucking need. Till my hands fucking bleed. Till my hands fucking bleed. You won't see me stop, no, you won't see me quit. I'm gonna make it to the top if it's the last thing I did. Never catch me, man, I'm gone, cause I've been working off the grid. Grinding through all the pain, I said I'd do it, and I did. You won't see me stop, no, you won't see me quit. I'm gonna make it to the top if it's the last thing I did. Never catch me, man, I'm gone, cause I've been working off the grid. Grinding through all the pain, I said I'd do it, and I did. Till my hands fucking bleed. Till my hands fucking bleed.
Yeah!
A few moments later.
How about them apples?
That was brilliant, that.
That's
That was good.
about 9 months of shows all condensed down into a 2-minute bit.
And if you missed it, folks, I wasn't on there.
No, you're right. You were in the second 9 months.
I was going to say, although you did actually see a picture of the Grim Reaper there with the middle finger up.
Yeah, that was in the Tyrant Hunter's avatar or whatever. Anyway, yeah, sure.
So, do you know that maybe I should say to him, hey, hang on a second, you're nicking my. Nah, I don't have copyright.
No, it shouldn't. I've been using that one and 3 other songs he did that are copyright free.
I don't believe in copyright. I think copyright's left from usage. You're not allowed to use it. It's copyrighted. I like that. Even the music was good.
Yep.
For an old git like me, I liked it. It was actually very good. Enjoyed it.
Typically, you got to pay out for a song that decent.
Yeah. Don't usually get. Well, you're lucky if you find them. So, moving on.
Actually,
we're coming up to
right now.
Yeah, we're coming up to 3 hours and 45 minutes. I'm going to go till 4 hours, and then I'm going to have to cut cut it because I have a long drive tomorrow. I'm going over to see someone not seen for a while. So, and I need to get some sleep if I can.
All right, bud.
So, my apologies. You know,
it's
got about
fine,
15 minutes left. It's open to you guys, both in the chat and also up here on the panel. Grandad, are you going to come up for the last 15 minutes? I thought he'd say yes.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, you spoke to Fallen. Have you spoken to Caucasian before? I think you have.
Yes, I have. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so.
We have done.
Yeah, this is the old git that lives in the dungeon. I've been told so many times to let him out tonight.
Down there.
It's terrible, terrible. Really,
the number of little Werther's Originals wrappers is just disturbing. It looks like a freaking gold mine down there. Really clean that joint up.
Smokey, there was no singer booked at any time. They just appear and disappear. The singers.
Smokey singers.
Earlier on, we had a little bit of magic.
Yeah.
And magic that worked occasionally as well. It was good. No, go on.
It was pretty good, actually. I thought it was. And they
Yeah.
handled it when it went wrong as well.
Well, that's it. That's try again. Never be put off.
I learned something from it. Don't play with matches.
Yeah. Oh, you're being very squeaky again. Either that or someone's kicked you in the nuts.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's better.
Hi.
I thought the Bee Gees had walked in.
Oh no, it's not quite like that. Tell me, Grammy. Tell me all your little secrets. I want to know everything you ever knew.
Okay, I can put that on the back of a postage stamp. It's a fucking big one, but excuse my French, folks. What is it you would like to know?
Actually, I got a dip. I got a premiere happening right now. I'm out. Much love,
A few moments later.
Oh, don't you love it? Comes up on the show, says hi, and then goes, "Oh, I forgot. I've got a premiere."
I know. You're like, hey, are you doing any lives? No, man, I'm not really doing much. I got a dip.
Yeah.
And
Right, folks. If you want, hop over to Caucasian Sasquatch's channel and go and watch his premiere.
Yeah.
I won't be offended.
There's his link.
I'd never get offended if people want to go over and have a look at something else.
Well, that's it. It's...
You know, I always say, you know, if you can find something less boring, go and do it. You know. But that's just the way I've always been. And do you know what? I've actually had a very chilled, relaxed evening. Thank you, Fallen, for coming up, and thanks for making the show.
Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for having me up.
Yeah,
anytime.
Well,
I know there's a time difference between us, of at least 5 hours.
Yeah, it's like 6 here.
So near enough 6 hours difference. Yeah, it depends on whereabouts you are in the States, you see. So I always say about 5 and work back. I have spoken to people who are 8 hours behind us. And I've also spoke to a couple of Australians, and it's been like the following day, and we're behind.
I used to I used to try that when I traveled. It would be like, okay, I'd be in New Zealand and I'd be flying back to the States, and I'd always be thinking, man, I'm flying back into the past, so I'll take what knowledge I have now into the past and see if it helps my future. But somehow I didn't think it worked like that. I tried
No.
it. But
No, they tried that with Quantum Leap, and the Americans have redug it up and redone it now.
oh, that's right. I haven't watched it. But you're right.
You are squeaky still. You're very distant. Actually, not squeaky.
Oh,
Very echoey in the background, as if you're in a cave. Are you not downstairs in the cellar, are you?
No.
No.
I'm sitting on my couch in the living room.
Oh, that's better.
I think I put the phone up to my mouth because my earbuds weren't working right. So I think that's what happens. Maybe the reverb.
So, which state are you in?
Me? I'm in the one they made a musical about.
Well, West Side Story.
I know, it's like, I don't know. It's like it's been in the States, but it's like a musical. It's OKLAHOMA.
Right. Okay. Granddad, do you have any idea what he's talking about? Because I don't.
No.
Oh, Oklahoma.
And that,
right.
I was going to say that as well. And I thought, nah, it can't be.
Well, yeah, when you said musical, I wasn't thinking straight. I thought you were talking about people who could sing. I've been to too many amateur dramatic societies in the past. And yeah, they've always picked on that show and murdered it every time. I know a few people who've come up, spoken to me from Oklahoma. I thought I was thinking you've already told us you're in the living room. I mean, that would have been the answer to me, but
right.
That's only because of my sense of humour. Welcome, Anarchy UK. I understand that being late in from the States, that's not a problem. But Jaded, we're about to go. You've done it again. And I wouldn't mind, but you're in the UK. I mean, I've been talking to this guy from the US from the beginning, and he made it on time.
I sure did. I even got a notification 30 minutes early.
Woo!
I wonder why that is, because sometimes that drives me nuts because I'll be busy doing something and like they'll put a notification up and I'll go, oh man, I need to get to that. So I'll be like, flip, and they'll be like, well, come back in 30 minutes and we'll start. And I'm like, dadgummit. I can't believe I fall for those sometimes.
Best thing to do is to carry your phone with you. Have a look. Now I've got half an hour yet. I'll go back to sleep.
Do people get so many notifications? I'm curious about that.
I'm
buy
actually glad you got a notification about this, to be honest, because I wasn't too sure whether people are getting notifications. Because I didn't think we hit the right criteria on the YouTube analytics.
No, you do, Grim. You do. I mean, I don't get them, so I've switched them off. There's only so many that come from.
That explains a few things.
No, it doesn't.
Because why do some people say, I've noticed that light in the auditing community, they'll be like, I'm saving my notifications or something like that. What does that even mean?
Right. When you hit, I think it's 500 subs, something like that, you're allowed 3 notifications per day, it works out as. Or you always get 3 notifications from your channel. And if you put something on your community page, that's a notification that goes out. And if you do a premiere, there's another notification, then it's the live. So that's the reason why. Something like that. Someone did explain it to me.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
So, but one of the guys in the chat will be able to explain it more. YouTube only sends out about 10 a day. Oh, right, okay. So you can have 100 channels set with notification on, but you'll only get to be sent 10 a day. Right, that makes sense. So you get 10%. Jade has been listening since the beginning, but wasn't able to jump up. Well, maybe you should have asked him to get off you. We know what you're talking about. Yeah, it's the last silly 15 minutes. Some people would play some sort of tune and get kicked out. Me, I just go stupid.
I know. It's almost like right now, if like the universe was in sync, the magician would come back and have a couple tricks.
Yeah. Oh, that would be great, you know. Oh, it's a private session, was it, Jaded? Okay. And no doubt it was in Skype. Do you know what? I'm going to have to start going on Skype more. Well, once in a while anyway, that would help. I set up a couple of channels and went in there, did loads of stuff, left it for people to go in and do what they want to do, and no one goes in. I don't know why I bother.
Yeah, but there was going in originally. There was a good
Yeah. Well, I was looking at a few other ideas at the moment as well. All to be revealed once we've worked out whether they're feasible.
Yeah.
You know, but YouTube is not the only platform. People seem to think that it is. I know people are frightened to move away from YouTube, but if you want to be able to talk openly and honestly, you do need to move to another platform. Even if you use YouTube as to direct people over so you can talk openly. I've got to admit, tonight's discussion has not had anything which has been close to the terms of service that would get us told off.
Yeah.
Which is good. We've not had to go, oh, I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole.
Hey, can I ask you a question? Do you know when you said that whatever that human chain thing for Julian, that's tomorrow?
It is.
Yeah.
Apparently so. Yeah, it's tomorrow.
Do you know of any channels that would be like auditing that or showing
There
that
will be.
live that would actually have
Yeah,
somebody?
there will be.
Who?
There will be. I would have thought potentially local experiments will be doing it. There'll be a couple of others. I would do, in the sense of restreamed, same as last time, but I'm out tomorrow. Bad timing, unfortunately. So I won't be able to catch up with it till I get back late tomorrow. But I will see what's been going on, or I'll find out one way or the other. TikTok, watch it. Yeah, hang on, Outlaw. Watch this before joining. Oh, right, okay. If anybody knows of anybody who is planning on streaming it tomorrow, if you wouldn't mind putting it in the chat for Fallen to pick up on.
Could they put it in the comments? Do you do comments?
Yeah, you can put it in the comments. There's some channels, I won't say who, but there's some channels who won't let people advertise other channels, etc. Grandad doesn't care, and I don't mind. So long as it's not for Pornhub, I don't really have a problem.
Yeah.
I don't want people thinking that we're going to, we're allowing that smut. Get us taken down. I don't want that. Really don't.
It's been a good chat tonight. There's been no trouble or anything.
Never is. Never is. Last week we had a great time. We had BBA up this week. He came up for a little while, then disappeared and returned to the chat. And I was so engrossed in the conversation, I wasn't able to say hello.
Tubbs has given up YouTube. Wow.
Giving up the YouTubes. Oh, right. Okay. One down.
Are you only on YouTube or are you on Rumble? And
Right, okay. I've got accounts on Rumble and Odyssey, but I haven't put anything up for a while. I'm working on our own streaming service so that we can, as a group of us, we can have proper discussions where basically there's no subject we won't touch.
That's on PsyOps, was that right?
That's the one, psyop.tv. There's a group of us over on there. There's more people joining us. Basically, I want to run these sort of conversations or these sort of shows over there so that I can play copyrighted music, if nothing else. You know, but if people want to come over and have a chat, then that's fine. We can set it up. I've just got to work out how I'm going to advertise it, that's all. It's not that easy. So I do mention it occasionally on here. Once I get something more scheduled, then I don't want to give up the Friday nights. I enjoy doing the Friday nights, even though next week it won't be Friday night. I enjoyed the communication that we have. I love the fact that the chat get involved in what's being said. And we're all part and parcel of the same family, so to speak. We've all got one thing in common. You know.
Right.
It's on it's on this channel live from earlier. Smokey, do you want to just double check what you've said? Because even I don't quite get that one. Can you just highlight it, Grandad, for me, please? Because I'm a lazy git.
That one.
Yeah. It's on his channel, the live from earlier.
Oh, it'll be about Torbs, is it? Is that right, Smokey?
I haven't watched Torbs since he was making up lies about him, me. He's a scumbag in my book. Well, thanks for your opinion. Opinions are always free. Don't get involved. What's the what do I always say? Leave your shit at the door and then come on in.
Right,
guys, it's just turned the 4 hours, and as I say, I would have carried on for a little bit longer. Unfortunately, I've got to be up early in the morning. I'm driving over to York, and there's also a train strike tomorrow. So I'd love to know how all these people are going to get to London. Thought it might not be as busy as they expected. However, I would expect the M6 and the M1 or whatever to be very, very busy. But once again, guys, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, mentally anyway, thank you for joining. Thank you for taking part. A big thanks to The Fallen for coming all the way over from America. Keep out for the notifications. Sorry?
I said my arms are tired from that swim.
There's always one smart ass in every group. That's all I'll say.
I flew all the way in from America, and boy, are my arms tired.
Well, why the hell did he let you through customs? Anyway, I wouldn't be allowed in America. Don't agree with him.
Yeah.
I would be auditing to go through. No, I'm not an auditor. I'm just a tourist.
A tourist.
Peace out, guys.
Okay.
See you again soon.
Yeah,
I'll probably go for next Sunday night, a week on Sunday. And I might start a little bit earlier because I'll be in work on the Monday. All right, take care, guys. I'm going to end this show. Thank you again. Take care now. Bye.
Bye.